microphone a little closer. There we go. Card games until it's time for MacMinty to be back on the program. He'll be returning to the broadcast for this week's game. I'm still waiting for the caffeine to kick in a little bit. Whatcha? Ooh, getting a little chilly in here, actually. Brr. Alright, we got channel biddies now. We got our own little picture for channel bits. Or a couple different pictures for channel bits. Channel points. Okay. Now I gotta get emotes figured. I think emotes are gonna be the next thing that we get figured out. That's probably gonna be the toughest thing too. Getting all my emotes figured out. Gotta do the art for them, I presume myself. Pew-pew! Pew-pew! We're live. Say hi to the people.
Hi, people.
Haha, there was no people. I tricked you.
Oh, man. Hi, bots.
Oh shit. It's an accusation.
I'm not a bot.
I'm not a bot. Just bot.
Literally telling me I'm a bot after I'm confirmed I am the wife.
I swear to God. Put this throw over on. Here. Alright, we back. Éponge de douche. Éponge de douche.
Bonder de douche.
Éponge de douche. I don't know if that's French or Spanish or Franglish. I've never had it take that long to pop a game before. That's strange. What the hell's going on? Battlegrounds? Come on, bro. Okay, let's restart the game. Something's busted here. Definitely a bug. It's crazy how many bugs I run into playing games compared to the average person. we got? We got, ooh, Verdant Spheres is super duper good. Last time spell you cast, each turn your hero power costs 1 less. Each turn your next hero power costs 1 less. Huh. I'm just gonna stick with the Verdant Spheres. They are very, very good, especially if you get like elementals or something where you're playing and selling tons and tons of minions. Okay, we can get elementals. It's possible, but we're not seeing any yet. For now, Risen Rider has a tendency to win a lot of first battles, turn 1 fights or whatever. Because he's a 4/2 body, which is pretty nice to start with. Let's see, what do we got? Ooh, a U-Day. Easy dub. What the actual hell? That's some BS. That Bartender Bob is screwing me over again. Bro's on a tirade lately. Dang. That's how he did it. I was like, he got an early extra minion. That's kind of interesting. You've got to be kidding me. Where are the elementals? There's a elemental. Switch my phone over to vibrate so it doesn't go pinging every couple minutes. One of the group chats I'm in just started sharing memes with each other, so it's gonna just go bing, 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 bing. Oh man, I'm fucked. The bartender's giving me literally nothing. Why is it that whenever other people get the same minions as me, they always get all the minions and I never get any of the damn minions? We want the same type, right? So we're supposed to be competing over them, right? So where are my copies? Where are my copies to fight for? The worst design choice of Battlegrounds is that there's a limited pool that everyone pulls from at the same time. That is a terrible design choice. Kitty,
Oh, door.
I'm not supposed to play with that.
He's playing with yarn.
Oh, I thought he was trying to play with my cable.
No, rogue yarn ball got out.
Yarn ball escape. Miserable. Jesus Christ, stop, dude. About to turn off notifications for this group chat. Ugh. Not gonna have a good battle against this fucking guy. What the hell? What? Discover a minion from your tier. She's tier 3. Where the hell did this guy come from? What the fuck? No, I actually want to know where she got a tier 4 minion from, because she didn't complete her quest, so what the fuck? What cheating shit just happened? Bro. Criminal. Have a good battle, friend. Yeah, well, if you gave me the minion types I was looking for, I would. But since you refuse to do that, I'm essentially fucked. Alright. Okay. 2 elementals, both playable. Not really worth it. I'd have to sell 3 minions just to get this elemental. At least the tavern is starting to play ball a little bit. Although it feels like it's still giving the good elementals to the other elemental players. Can I? Can I really, Bartender Bob? You sure about that? Are you completely gosh farting certain? Oh boy. We're taking a beating over here. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, members of the esteemed court. Two free refreshes means one more elemental here. Snowballer with the 910. Plus, how much did it get? You got +6/+6. Not bad. Do I care about another fireballer and snowballer? I don't think I care enough to freeze. Do I care enough about this? Yes, I can sell this elemental. Sell the water elemental. Snag the Icoron? Whatever, Icoron. It will freeze for the molten rock. You have a good battle, friend. What's that do? Oh, that's right. Big dragons. Dragons very large, as they are wont to be. Oh, looks like I'm starting to make a little bit of a comeback. I'm crawling back from the bottom. Does that even move me up a space? No. Cringe. I blame the French, as is customary. Take that. Get some golden up in here. Play that. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? No elementals. One, two, then I could buy you, play you. Then I play you. And that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 minions. So I'd be down 1 minion from max, but that's actually still fine in my eyes. Especially for Meteorite Crasher. It's a good ass minion. Bro is still sending memes. Damien must be feeling lonely. He sent like 8 memes in the last 15 minutes. One of the members of the group chat that I'm in with Nate.
Gotcha.
He's a sweet guy. He's a sweet guy. He just isn't like very socially adept. At least he tries. And he apologizes a lot. He's not the kind of guy that makes it everyone else's problem, which is nice. End of this turn, I get 2 elementals. Ooh, those are good fucking gets, man. Bonk. Bonk. Burn. Alright, here's where we find... Oh? Nice, okay. Moving on up. That's gotta move me up. Yeah, 2 spaces. Nice, okay. We're getting out of the bottom. Slowly but steadily. Okay, so... I think the play here is to upgrade Tavern. Play the Tempest. Throw the Tempest. Bless you, bless you, bless you. There we go. Lantern Lava. Incredible. One, two. Purchase, play, play. He gets big. Play. Take him. He's gonna get huge. Yeah, 22-14. That's more than the combined stats of the 2 Molten Rocks that I sold, so it feels worth it to me. Now we just gotta get this dude golden so we can get permanent Divine Shield on all our elementals. That permanent Divine Shield really seals the deal. And now I have a free sale. Anytime I have 2 copies of an elemental, I have 1 free sellable copy, thanks to Lantern Lava. Excellent. Meteorite Crasher going to be getting lots of triggers. Oh boy, this guy's got quite the elemental board. Oh? RNGesus? Nope, not quite. RNGesus was not quite with us. That puts us right back down by the bottom. Son of a gun. Alright, sell, receive a copy, take, play, sell again, roll, roll, take, play. Now we got temporal tampering, so now you cast your tavern spells an extra time, all of them. Okay, I think we're chilling. Hi, Theodore. What's up, big fluffy butt? What's up, big fluffy butt? Yeah, you're so cute. Welcome to the stream, big guy. Welcome to the stream, big guy.
Yeah, he got me in a
Please don't stand on my keyboards.
What I do,
Inspection.
yeah.
You're a little keyboard inspector. Are you cute? Yeah, you're cute. You're so cute. You have a big fluffy tail. Little triangular head. You look like a Dorito chip. And he's laying down on your notebook. I think he's looking for an opportunity to sneak some yarn away from you. He's a yarnimal. Oh no, this guy's got the cheese. Oh, maybe I can kill her before I lose. No, that thing's so thick. That was a thick booty molten rock right there. And we're dead. Oh, we live with 1? Maybe I can still get into top 4. Let's see. No, no one died. Oh my god. What is happening? Bruh. You go there. anything but that. Cast it. Oh yeah, that's right. It casts twice. That's right. I'll sell you. Play you. 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 Sell you. Play. Sell. Play. Sell. Upgrade. Roll. Give me some goodies. Come on. There we go. That's a goodie. Don't look because it's going to refresh twice. Okay. Summon a copy of this minion. Okay. I was able to move up one spot, but we're still not safe from last place last place yet.
Great.
Needed to make room for another copy of my 7861 with Divine Shield. Does this thing natively have Divine Shield? Where's its Divine Shield coming from? Because it should have run out from this guy. Until next turn. Yeah. Maybe it'll expire at the end of this. Before combat starts. No. What the heck? Ooh, we're gonna... Oh, sweet! It's gonna golden automatically at the start of next turn. Those are some big-ass pirates, man. I think I'm dead. I don't think there's gonna be a next turn. Yeah, I'm dead. No! I've been bested. Oh, that was the coolest hit animation I've seen so far. Just a giant rainbow laser beam like freaking Smash Bros. Theo! Look at your boy. He like crawled over from the notebook until he was on top of the yarn. Malagos is really, really good. This card just gives you insane consistency. If you're a little bit lucky. You have to be a little bit lucky. My fingers are cold. Who's a big kitty? I'm gonna pet you to warm up my fingers. Yeah, you're such a pretty kitty. Yeah, you're such a pretty kitty. My goodness. It's so pretty. Such a pretty kitty. Oh my gosh. Wow. Wow. Someone didn't pick their dude yet. I have come slowly to the conclusion that I think this might be the worst turn 1 minion. Its stats make it able to kill like a lot of stuff, of course, because 3-1 not terrible. But if you buy it on turn 1, that extra gold you get is actually like kind of unspendable. There's really no way to put it to use. It keeps turning it into a South Sea Busker. How many times is this one minion going to get transformed back into a South Sea Busker? That's twice now. Although it's not the same minion. Oh, fuck. That's what I mean too by like the Risen Rider can win a lot of early fights is exactly stuff like that. It transforms spells too, so let's see what tier 2 spell we can, or tier 1 spell we can get. Sure. Random tier 1 minion for 2 gold is always somewhat profitable. Just something to sell next turn, if nothing else. Whenever this gains attack, gain +1. Okay. This Defiant Shipwright can really be a build around with the right setup, but I don't have that setup yet, obviously. I think I'm looking for... There's like a tier 2 minion that's like at the start of combat, give adjacent minions +1 attack, and then repeat that for each golden minion you control. Dang. Ah. Dirty little tavern thief, this one. Yogg-Saron. Yes? Yogg-Saron? Yes. Alright. 2 friendly minions trigger the battle cries. Get your golden buddy. Nexus Lord. Arcane Alteration replaces with a card from 2 tiers higher. Oh my god, are you serious? That's a real thing? Ooh, or Sanguine Champion. I feel like one of these is a game plan and one of these is an improvement, and I want a game plan, not an improvement. No worthwhile pirates, we'll upgrade. And then re-roll this guy. Nope. Re-roll him again. Not worth freezing for. Bummer. Alright, what's my quest? Have friendly minions attack 16 times. Oh, that won't be hard. That's a pretty quick quest. No, I just need to get some quill boars. Actually, you know what? I can freeze for Tusked Camper, I think. Tusked Camper and the Wise Investment, or whatever it's called. Oh boy. That was a sequence of unfortunate sequencing. That moved me 2 spaces down. What the hell? What the helly? Take that, play it, roll. There's a quill boar anyone can trust. We'll take that for now. Freeze. This isn't obviously an actual quill boar, but it is one of the best quill boar cards. Prophet of the Boar. Is that guy like an orc? Pointy ears, greenish, grayish, yellowish, greenish, grayish, yellowish skin. Goblin, maybe? Looks too tall to be a goblin, but that could just be the image. Oh, no, there's like people in the background of the art, so he's about the same size as those people, maybe? So yeah, that's an orc. Cool. Dope. Orcs and quill boars be getting along. I want to be out of this. Oh, get out of here. You're not playing quill boar. I'm playing quill boar. Wow. Dang it. 6 out of 16. It's actually taking a little longer to do that than I had hoped. I need more minions. Take you. Play. Take. Cast it on you. Very awesome. Actually an amazing get. You. Roll. Yes! Let's go. So 1, 2. If I just sell a pirate, we're good to go. Sell a pirate. Discover a minion models. Common type. Attacks. Place your blood gems on this. Battle cry. Your blood gems give an extra health this game. It's tier 3. Might as well just take the highest tier option. And then we get another random quill board from the box. We're going crazy. Nope. Dude! Take this big guy. Play him. And then just load him up. Because he can take you to the end. You basically never need to sell a copy of Road Boar. Cha-ching! Yes. Go, minions. Attack! Dang it. Not enough minions attacking. I think I kind of need to end this turn with a full board or else I'm not getting 6 attacks, and I'm pretty sure other people are starting to finish their... That's 1. Never mind. I was a little more paranoid than I needed to be. Upgrade roll. Nice! What a get! Oh my lord! What an absolute steal! We can roll you for something good. Roll you for something good. Nothing there, but we can freeze for this guy and then re-roll that guy 2 more times next turn. This is what I mean by Malagos is like secretly super consistent, because by getting a road board, like essentially on curve by the definition of battlegrounds, I'm like way ahead. I feel like with the weight of RNG in battlegrounds, just doing what you're like, being as successful as you're supposed to be at any given time is a miracle. I closed that. Don't open bigger just because I tried to close you. Whoa, what is this thing? Oh, when you have space, okay. Alright, this has got to be the battle. Only one more attack is required, and I've got... There we go. Quest complete. Owie. Nope. Nope. That's fine. Play you. Put 1, 2 on him. 1, 2 on you. Roll the tab. Play from your hand, cast an extra time. Yes. You can go. We'll queue up a bit. Roll. Snag that. Sell you. Play you. 2 blood gems. Sell. Play you. Wait. Yeah, play you. Blood gem. Blood gem. Blood gem. And then 1 on him. Roll. I think it's worth freezing for the planar telescope, to be completely honest. Even if it is a little gold inefficient to have 2 left over at the end. A little. I mean a lot. Why do I keep fighting this guy? I swear I've gotten in this battle against this dude, like... Yeah. Out of my last 3 battles, I fought this dude twice. What the freak? I guess free RNG, whatever. Giving me free turns to build up with. Take that. Play. Oh my goodness. Okay. With that in hand, you can actually just go. Okay, perfect. In that case, we've got a supply of steady blood gems from these guys, so you can go. Take you. Play. Activate targeting. You. Screw it. Okay, fine. That's perfectly whatever. What tier are you? You're tier 4? Okay. Roll. Get me another copy of Razorfen Vineweaver. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, hey! Even better. Hot Air Surveyor. Bulk you up a little bit. Bulk you 2 up some more. Are you looking at cards? Are you looking at cards?
No.
Oh.
Door.
Dang it! I was really hoping she would get a chance to attack before dying. A second attack. I mean. Yeah, he's pee.
No.
Yeah. Just gonna go down the line.
Mwah. No, mommy, stop it.
Oh, Mama wants to give you all the kisses and lovings in the world.
You wanna attack all the yards. I'm gonna have those ones for now.
There we go. Got her all bulked up and ready. Man, I almost feel like the art on Quillboar's got a big step up this go around as well. This, like, whatever Battleground season would be. Take those freebies. Almost full hand there. Oh my god. She's so huge. Nice, full hand. Oh, she didn't get a chance to attack. Dang it. I was really hoping she'd get one more in there. Come on. You know what I need. You know what I need. I need another road boy. Dang it! That's not a road boar, bro. That's a Moonbacon Jazzer. Which is such an insane name, by the way. Alright, we can freeze for this thingy. Well, is that even really worth it? No. Not with the board I currently possess. I really need to golden either my Corrupted Bristlers or my Road Boars, like, super bad. Like, really bad. Both would be massively preferable, of course. Oh, I better make sure that Discord is open so that Mac can hit me up. I have it set so that it'll only give me notifications while the app is actually, like, running. Otherwise, it only sends notifications to my phone, and my phone is deeply unreliable. Oh, that sucks. Okay, it's fine. I would have burned one anyways, so no big deal. I don't think he has a board that can... Oh, maybe. Maybe? Okay, I was like, I don't think so, but maybe. Oh, bummer. I really hope this guy... This is the only guy I really want to die every fight. It says I got a notification from Mac. Alright, sounds good. Cool. Roll you. Come on, give me what I need. You know what I need. Corrupted Bristler. Corrupted Bristler. Corrupted Bristler. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Bruv. Roadhog! Let's go, dude! Okay, hold up. Before we start going too far, we play that. Sell it. Play that. Sell it. Play this on you. Play this on you. Play this on you. Might as well make you a little bigger. You always need more of these. Play you. Get tier 5 minion. Nothing I care about. So take, play, sell, upgrade, roll. Take, play, sell, play. There we go. Yes. All right, we are so in this, dude. Yeah, I think this is the order I care about the most, because her odds of getting killed really quickly are pretty low. They're not non-existent. Venomous exists. Venomous is a thing, but the odds of just running into a much bigger beast is pretty rare. Creature. Minion? Minion. Alright, what's he got? How big are they? Oh, 182, 184. That's huge. Filling up that hand, filling. Filling up that hand, filling. Oh, thank goodness. Yep. Get huge. Yes! Tie game. Let's go. Alright. This sends us like miles ahead, I would say, give or take. Dang it, man. Can I please just get a Quillbore of a high tier to make my Quillbores feel more powerful, please and thank you. Take a roll. Are these guys tier 4? Come on. Come on. Come on. Dude. Frick, bro. Oh man. Okay, okay. That's a ray of hope. We really need a corrupted bristler like nobody's business to like golden this out and really end the game. Otherwise we're gonna get steamrolled by people's rapidly progressing boards as mine sits stagnant. I'm doing Gregorian prayers for a third corrupted bristler. Me. Requiescat in pace. Just an Assassin's Creed reference in the middle of all that. Yeah. Dang, bro. Oh my god. She's just so giant, and they lack the attack power necessary to crack through how giant she is. That Divine Shield was something else, though. That was a ton of Divine Shield I had to get through, so damn. Okay. You know what I need. Game. Bruh. We're gonna go down the line with this one. Roll. I need a corrupted bristler. You know I do. You know it's true. I need a corrupted bristler. Just like my current two. It's all over, dude. Discover battle cry minion. Nope. That ain't gonna help. Woo! Unbelievable. Unfucking real, man. Unreal. Bartender, you are straight trolling me, bro. Watch, this guy's gonna have like 3 golden of this guy. No, he doesn't even have 1. So give me the ones that he doesn't want. What's that thing do? He's got a huge weapon. Yes, crash into my minions that replace themselves. Yes, please do. Dang it, I didn't get my hand full of money. Dude! Okay, I'm actually starting to get really annoyed with this. I'm screwed. I am screwed. There's literally no coming back from this point. I kind of hope someone does someday do a statistical analysis on my RNG, because I swear I have legitimately some of the worst RNG that humanity's ever witnessed. I have 2 golden minions on like... I swear I've rolled like 40 refreshes. I swear I've rolled like 40 refreshes. I have 2 golden minions. I suppose at some point I could do a data analysis on it, but like, whew, I'm worried that I'd be a little biased. Yay! Handful of candy. At least I got a chance to keep re-rolling for all this terrible RNG I'm getting. I get to keep seeing bad RNG happen to me. I was like, which one is currently tied or at the lowest power? Attack, whatever they call it in this stupid game. I'm gonna blow a gasket. Alright, it's time. I run out of opportunities to keep doing this bullshit with this game, screwing me over so unbelievably hard like that. Yeah, it's a bummer that I had to do that, but it is what it is. That's fine, I can't overfill my hand with only 3 cards. Okay. Yay! Why did his base skill not work? It's very peculiar that his base skill didn't trigger. Wait, am I in first? Holy crap, I thought it... Okay. I've been complaining about my RNG so badly, I didn't even realize I was absolutely dominating! I'm literally never getting corrupted bristlers to gold. And I'm never getting another bonker either. It's not happening. The game has chosen. Like, I need a hot air surveyor, I need a bonker, I need 2 corrupted bristlers because the game screwed me over for another one for so long I had to essentially feed it to this one. I also really could have used that bonus that gives you additional triggers for your rallies. There's a minion that gives you an additional rally trigger, but I haven't seen that one pop up either. That said, it's probably going to be a pretty one-sided battle here. He's probably just going to absolutely dog stomp us. Because it kind of looks like he's been getting... Yeah, he's been absolutely steamrolling everybody else. And we tied against him last time, so not good chances for us. 2, 1, here we go. Oh man. Well, they don't have any health. They have a lot of power. They don't have a lot of health. And he doesn't have any corrupted bristlers to bring back a body. So he's just down one body compared to me. Okay. Yes. No. Bad. Yes, that's the right target. Okay. Maybe we can still steamroll this. Maybe we can still bonk this dude to death. +9, +11. They finally gave in. Hold on, I gotta play a few of these first. One there, one there, one there, one there, one there, and one there. Grab, grab. Oh my god, it finally happened. The gods have honored me. Alright, can we get a tier 6 Quillbore of some value, perhaps? I've just given up on Goldening Bonker, by the way. Whenever a friendly rally minion attacks, play 2 blood gems on all your minions. Yes. Can I get gem consumption or gem transfer or whatever? No. Can't get one yet. You know what? I think this was actually kind of a wasted grab, thinking about it. 1, 2, 3, 4 triggers. At absolute most 4. Yeah, I think I beat this guy without any further purchases, unless he does something to actually like expand his board in some like significant way. And I mean numerically expand his board, not make his board taller. He needs to make his board wider. Because my board is exceptionally wide with my golden corrupted bristler. Yep, didn't matter. He didn't have enough time to build up any further. Let's go! Accidental first place with the bad RNG. With the bad RNG. Sanguine whatever is just an amazing card. Among the tier 7s, I'd put it in like... You know what? I don't think I've seen enough of the enough of the tier 7s to really put it in like a top 5 comfortably, but I'd say it's close, if not in top 5. Because like Arcane Behemoth is clearly better than it. There's the tier 7 spell that gives you like 8 gold. And it gives you 8 gold and refreshes the tavern. At the end of every 3 turns, get a plain copy of the leftmost card in your hand. Discover a buddy. Unlocks at tier 2. Some buddies can just be completely busted if you have the right way of triggering them, but I don't feel like ETC Band Manager ever has the ability to trigger the buddies he gets. Is everything okay? Oh, no! Not the rosary beads. My wife's playing the Silk Song. Elementals mix, Murlocs, Naga, Quillbore. Alright, Elementals. At the end of every 3 turns, so... The end of the turn after this turn. No, at the end of the turn after this turn. No! You're not allowed to build elementals, that's me! Only me. Trigger a friendly minimum battle cry. 2 turns left. So the end of next turn, I believe that is. Because this turn will count it down to 1. Because like you hear at the end of 3 turns, it's like, oh, that's really slow. But surprisingly, these end of every turn, every number of turns passives end up being really useful if you make sure to grab something that makes them useful. Just ignoring it will screw you over big time. But this is essentially just a free extra card as long as you hold a card for 1 turn instead of playing it right away. That's... Dang. So you still have a tier 1 tavern then, I'm guessing. Tier 2? Weird. How do you pull that off? End of this turn. Okay. I get 2 snowballers. 2 snowballers is pretty strong. Blood money. Yeah, we can chill, get a second copy of Snowballer. I get a plain copy? Yeah, plain copy. So it'll be the regular 3, 4, or whatever. Yeah. Cool. After the tavern is refreshed, copy its highest tier minion and freeze them both. Okay. Is that Chandra from Magic? Magister Dawngrasp looks exactly... This version, this skin for him looks exactly like Chandra from Magic. Get your warband to 40 total attack. Get 2 random Murlocs. When this attacks and kills a minion, give its maximum stats to a minion in your hand. At the end of your turn, 2 friendly minions trigger their battle cries. So I'm being forced to play Murlocs. I don't get a choice. The question is, do I want a tier 7 Murloc? When this attacks and kills a minion, give its maximum stats to a minion in your hand. Poisonous, 110. Start of each turn, get 2 random Murlocs. I think it's better to get more Murlocs, in the case of Murlocs specifically. I would have liked to get to play Elementals, you know, but that's not in the cards. 40 Warband power is what we're aiming for. Ooh, play. By picking up a bunch of Murlocs, I'm telling the tavern what I want. Does anyone else have Murlocs? That is kind of the nice thing about Murlocs. People don't like building them, so they don't. It's nice that this doesn't just say, give your other elementals plus whatever amount of health. Because if it was just elementals, it would suck. It would completely screw this. I would have completely screwed myself over in terms of setup. That's my problem with these quests, by the way. If you don't guess right, if you just guess wrong like I did, and you have to rebuild, like, I'm just essentially 2 turns behind now. Just straight up. Because I've been forced to switch to Murlocs. Stupid game. Alright, what do we got? Okay. 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 You know what? All right. It's cards. I am gonna play one of the Flighty Scouts so that I can sell the Snowballer and increase its stats a little bit. And then when I get golden, I'll be able to have all three of them. But we're not there for a while. For a while. Yish. This guy's stomping me. Yeah. Well, only lost by 1 minion, so not as bad as I thought it was about to be. Yeah, I have a feeling I'm not gonna do so hot this match. Things aren't looking good for me. So that gives this one extra power, yep. Cast this. Should have just upgraded first. Get a random tier 1 tavern spell, okay. We sell you. We play you. We buy you. Battle Cry and Death Rattle. Okay, so play you. Get a tier 1 tavern spell. Sure. Play, I think we freeze for this. This will trigger, and next turn we'll have a golden copy of him. In that case, do I want to sell you to get the trigger? No, I think I'll just save it. Okay. I think it only gives you tier 1 tavern spells, so I think there's only like 5 that it can be. There's not a lot of tier 1 tavern spells right now. I think there were more in the past, but there's just not a lot right now. Yeah, we're not going to do super good. I think best chance, or best outcome, we get 4, spot 4. I think I'm shooting for fourth place. Third tier 1 minion. I'll take another Flighty Scout. Screw it. Take you. Play you. Get a random tier 1 minion. Okay. Play. Roll. Take you. Golden. Get 2 random tier 1 tavern spells. Boom. Steal a random minion from the tavern twice. That's kind of interesting. That just puts me up a bunch of gold. Nice, okay. I still want him dying first every turn because of two random tier 1 tavern spells is actually how I got this guy, so. Huge brain. Oh my god. These guy's minions are a bit above the curve, don't you think? Carrier? Ew, scheisse. Yeah, we're fucked. We cannot win this fight. Yeah, that was one of the most one-sided matchups I've been in a fat minute. Doesn't help that I screwed up and left my board full. Speaking of which, get you out of here. Upgrade roll. No Murlocs. There's a Murloc. Play. Sell. Okay. play, sell. Sell you, take you, play that, sell that, roll again. Nope. An extra flighty scout was cute, but it's not actually helpful in any way. Ooh, adaptive ancestor. Poisonous is one of the best keywords in the game as far as this mode is concerned. Oh yeah, it's totally sweet. Oh yeah, it's totally banging. Yeah, it's totally sweet. Yeah, yeah. Give a friendly minion and a minion you know hunt. 1/1. I still don't know what happens when you golden this guy, because I don't think I've gotten one. I don't think I've ever gotten a third one, I should say. Alright, at the start of each turn, get 2 random Murlocs. Let's go. I would have gotten 2 extra Murlocs had I remembered to leave an open spot last turn, but too late for that. Yikes. Am I dead? Super close. Alright. We live at 1. Can we make a comeback? Or are we doomed? Not awesome. Interesting. Okay, so it just becomes +2/+2 instead of targeting like a third extra target. After you play a Murloc, give a friendly minion any minion in your hand +3/+3. Interesting. Dang it. I really wanted the base skill, bro. Until the break of dawn. Go. Until the break of dawn. Go. Next turn, I'm going to get or at the end of this turn, I'll get a copy in the far right of my hand. That's another copy, a crappy copy of Flighty Scout. Start of next turn, I'll get 2 more minions. Maybe we can hold out and get a dub. Especially with base skill and adaptive ancestor now part of our gang. That was a waste of poisonous. That's unfortunate. Nice try, nerd. Okay. Maybe we can still snag 4th. Knocking this dude out definitely helps. Ooh, 2 people got knocked out, and it was the Lich King who beat me before, so I think that's a pretty good sign. Right? Is that how signs work? I don't think that's how that works. Roll. Roll. Take. Roll. Yes. Play. Sell. Play. Sell. Might as well cast this to get an extra gold. Play. Sell. 1, 2 becomes 6. Oh, there's no way I can afford to upgrade the tavern this turn, is there? should have sold that. I had a chance to do it too. I screwed it up. We'll just do this. This less optimal play, that's an option. Yes! Oh my god, yes. Okay, the tavern is not nearly as against me as it was before. Thank you, Bartender Bob, for coming around. Just like a little bit. We'll see if I can challenge the Mech's deck, or the Mech's pile with one of the best hero powers in the game. Using one of the hero powers in the game. And 1 life. I have 1 life in a dream, baby. Top 4. That's a... Yes! Oh my god, I'm so glad I didn't go for the Divine Shielded one. Oh my god. I still don't think I have a chance to win this. Yeah, I lose. Damn it, bro! So close. We were in this, dude. Man. I got good RNG, I just needed it a little earlier than I got it. Yeah, the hero power is good. I just... Alright, looks like we're doing Mario Party for game night tomorrow night. Can 5 players play Mario Party though? Yeah, the Lich... I don't know what the deal with Patchwork is supposed to be. I feel like he might be one of the most... Like, he wants you to play stally. He wants you to sit there and kind of just, like, build up a bunch of late-game stuff, spend a bunch of gold on upgrading Tavern super early. But there's so many characters that have that and do it better that it's a little silly, honestly. Getting a Death Rattle that summons stuff for my very first minion with the Lich King is a great sign of things to come. How many bodies does this represent? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is 6 bodies right here. Holy smokes. Wait, what? That's not a dragon. Well, I guess dragons can turn into people, so. Nice board, nerd. Mine's just a little better. We'll just upgrade. And reborn this guy again. We can win most, if not all, turn 1 matchups. Turn 1 and 2 matchups, I should say. Man, super lots of people going demons. Please stop. Please stop picking the same crap as me, people. What the fuck? Drives me nuts. I get it that this dude's doing it, but like, why are you going for demons? What does your Death Rattle do? Summon a random minion from a tier lower? Oh no, that might suck. Well, it sucks, but it's not a lose. This is a bit unfortunate. Take, play, roll. Take, roll. Really? This is pissing me off. I hate you, Bob. I really do. I really hate you, Bartender Bob. You're the worst human being to ever live. You're giving everyone else all the demons, clearly. He's got 2. He's got 2. He's got 1. Yeah, get the fuck out of here, dude. What a jerk. What a jerk! I'll say it till I'm blue in the face, but the worst mechanic in Battlegrounds is the fact that we share a pool of minions to extract from. That was just a straight up bad idea. At the start of each change. I think discovering a buddy until I get mine sounds pretty solid. Oh, I should have taken the rod. What the? It tried to give me some mercy there, and I passed up on mercy there for a second. Whoopsie. After a friendly demon deals damage again in attack, give this minion maximum health to another friendly demon. Friendly minion. Got it. Got it. I think I'll go for tier 3 tab next turn because I'll have 8 gold. Spend 4 of it. Have 4 left over. Good to go. I kind of shifted myself 1 turn forward by getting that increase your maximum gold by 1 thing, but it also costed me most of that turn, so we'll see if it pays off in the long run. This becomes summon 2 imps, right? That or it's summon 4 1/1 imps. I can't remember which. Ouch, dude. You got that dude already? What? How? Dude, I don't understand. Oh, she got... Okay. Somehow she paid for Tavern Tier 3 already. 3 people managed to pull it off. Dang. They must have a good saving set aside. I certainly didn't. Alright, now. Take you. Play. Take you. Play. Okay. I'll take that for later. There we go. Are you having a bad dream, Theo? Theodore? Okay. No more bad dream. No more bad dream. It's all over now. You're all better. He gets a very uncomfortable voice, chirpy, when he has bad dreams. Okay. Now she's a threat. 5/6 is good. 6/6 is great. Oh, she's so big. 8/4, 9/4. She's unstoppable, boys. This is just like Stray Satyr is super RNG heavy until you have a couple of minions with taunt. Upgrade roll. Snag that, throw it right onto you. Roll. Snag you. Play. Reborn you. Coin. Do I coin and roll? I don't. No, coining and rolling has often proven to be just a massive waste of effort in my experience because you're just coining to freeze, essentially. Alright, what do we need to do? We need to destroy 5 more enemy minions? This is going to be easy. I'll probably win it on this one. This guy's got 5 demons. Give it 2-2 and upgrade this. Oh my god. What's his quest, though? It doesn't say. He's been doing good. He's been winning. I've also been doing good. I've also been winning. I don't know. Ooh, he got beat by Malagos. Interesting. Okay, yeah. Malagos is going crazy. Start of each turn. Yeah, he already got timeline acceleration unlocked. Nice. Nice. Dang it. Okay, okay. That actually killed it. Discover a buddy. Alright, let's see what we get. Come on, Arphis. Because I believe Arphis is the buddy for... Minions in the tavern have +1 attack. This game, at the end of your turn, give a random friendly golden minion 5/5. When you sell this, discover a quest completed to get an 8 coin. Yes! This minion is so good to just play and sell immediately. Spend 25 gold, have 10 friendly minions die, add 10 cards to your hand. 10 friendly minions die will probably be the very first battle. Upgrade roll. We have 11 gold, so it's worth... Yes! This card is such an unbelievable pain in the ass. Unbelievable pain in the ass. I think we can freeze for those two. It seems worth it to me. An 8/5 that can help me golden my piggyback imp into something way bigger. Oh, you know what? Yes! Got it for free. You know what? That constitutes more stats on board than him by kind of a long margin. And I might as well play this. I'm gonna get so many death triggers off of this dude if he doesn't die right away. Just gonna be... I love it, dude. This minion is straight stupid. Soul Juggler is straight stupid, dude. Like, actually dumb. It's not, like, incredibly good either, because in the late game, enemy minions become so large that the 4 damage genuinely feels insignificant and kind of meaningless, but... Before that, oh my god. After different friendly minion gains stats gain 1/1 until next turn. If you control 4 minions with different type, after you play a minion with stats equal to its health, gain 2/2. Whatever. Take golden, play, sell, play. 4 1/1s, nice. Okay, that's better than I thought. Cupcake Peddler. After another friendly demon deals damage, gain 1/2 permanently. Yep, I'll take that. Roll. Take. Leftmost 6/6. Let's start with you. Avenge 4, so he needs to be over here. And you need to be here. And you need to be this. And this needs to be over here. And you need to be there. There we go. Okay, much better. I think this should work. Because this guy will crash into something way bigger immediately. $8 gold in the pocket. Got the cupcakes. Might be able to get a second cupcakes if he sticks around for one more. Oh, never mind. Didn't need one more. Hey, we got to reduce his number by 1. I think it was two less damage that we took there because of that last exchange. Because that was a tier 2 minion that my guy killed. Whenever a different friendly minion gains health, this gains its 2 minions in the tavern have +1 attack this game. Ugh. Okay. I'm not playing anything in that tavern, so yum yum yum. Eat up, big guy. Oh, no, he eats 3 minions, so we gotta make sure there's at least 3 in the tav. Roll. Not playing any of that, so eat up. Gain 8 gold, upgrade immediately, because that just pays for the upgrade instantly. Snowballers. Death Rattle, deal 4 damage to all minions except friendly demons, sure. Refresh the tavern with tavern spells, sure. That's a bit unfortunate, not gonna lie. That's freeze worthy. Cupcake Peddler, I think. Yeah, Cupcake Peddler is such a good card. I mean, look how huge these two guys got just from 1 cupcake each. And there goes all that Divine Shield. I don't know. 2 random demons? What? But his board's built on elementals. The AI fucked this guy. The AI builds super poorly, but sometimes it'll just cheat and give itself stuff it shouldn't be able to possibly have. Battle Cry, make a friendly Death Rattle minion golden. At the end of your turn, give your tier 3 minions 1/2. At the end of your turn, get a random minion of your tier. I mean, I'll take it, but I'm not actually going to use it for its purpose. You get reborn. We'd buy you for the golden opportunity. Roll. Yes, baby, yes, let's go. Okay, we're in the money. We don't really need you. Play, sell. Play, sell. Sell. Play. Because he gets bigger permanently, so he's just objectively better than the Satyr for the same reasons that the Satyr is good. Play you. Wait, right? To gain their stats. Play the coin. I want to roll and see if there's any other goodies coming my way. Oh, Devour. Channel the Devourer, I should say. Now the question is, do I play a second Cupcake Peddler, or do I play the Fellfire Conjurer? That gives Stance Grant an extra 1/1 this game. I don't think that applies to the Cupcakes, does it? Because they just devour minions to gain their stats. Screw it. We'll try. We'll get double cupcakes. Boom! Boom! Damn, dude. That's brutal. And then I just got this rapidly growing satyr over here, Devout Hellcaller. Oh boy, you're out of there. I love Lich King. I didn't even use I did. But, like, I didn't even use it optimally, I don't think. Death Rattle, get a random demon. Kilrick. At the end of your turn, get a random frozen card from the tavern. Your end of turn effects trigger an extra time. Well, take this. Golden. Play. See what tier 6 minion we get. Ooh, after a friendly minion, yes. Yup. This card is so fucking busted, dude. Play you. Might as well channel Devourer on you. After you play a demon, consume 2 minions in the tavern to gain their stats. We'll take. Play. Now. I need to pick which one goes, because one thing's gotta go. Refresh. No demons to worry about getting eaten. Play you. They get eaten. Reborn on you, so you can blow everything up. Blow up into the world. Refresh with tavern spells. Yep, take that. Corrupted cupcakes. Blood money. Taunt on you. Not worth freezing for anything else. We're good to go. Ooh, nice demons board, bro. You're gonna be real upset about the way this matchup goes. Ugh. Yikes, pal. That's my 2 cupcakes. Dude, corrupted cupcakes, bro. Corrupted cupcakes is winning me the game. Let's go. Alright. Refresh the tavern with a minion of each tier. At the start of your turn, get a plain minion. Transform minions in the tavern into murlocs of the same time. We can try that. Nothing in the tavern matters to me, so... Upgrade roll. Buy. And then cupcakes for you. Wow. And wait, hold on. Coin. Normally, like I said earlier, you don't normally want to coin for refresh, but it's worth it now because I can eat lots of minions. Yeah. And then I think we give Reborn. Taunt after you play a demon, consume 2 minions. We give Reborn to you again. You just consistently, like, keep the board open for me. And Divine Shield is literally hard countered by this character. Silent Enforcer. Yeah, he enforces a non-existence of Divine Shield, especially when he's got Reborn. Alright, while I'm waiting for this, I'm gonna go start the preheat on the oven. I need to eat food. toes. Hey, my beautiful, wonderful wife. Would you like any cocky toes? Alright, we'll make extra. Of course. Where's the non-stick spray? Okay, we must be out. I'll just use oil. Have some paper towels right now. So. This time I'm gonna give it to him because I want more cupcakes. What do you got, Malagos? Show me the goods, bro. Nah. Certainly not worth freezing for. Oh my god. That's it? This is your board? Alright. RNGesus was just not on anyone else's side today. Or on this particular game. Oh, never mind. His board slowly got big enough to beat mine as the battle went on. Alright. I get one more chance to beat this guy or I'm dead.
Makes you strong.
Dang. That's a bit of a bummer. Good chance we lose. Is that boss still handing you your ass? Oh, okay. You got me. Alright. Taquitos are loaded up. Quick bathroom break. 75 rating. Let's go. Alright. We back. Got 28 whatever the hell doohickeys. Run it again. Yes, you're a very pretty kitty, Theodore. You're so pretty. He looked at me, he was like staring at me, expecting to be complimented, and then as soon as I complimented him, he fell back asleep. Love you, buddy. Man, I've got 795 Hearthstone coins that I can use to buy some packs. Sorry, the pack opening process in this game is so lame, man. Like, you can only open one at a time, and it lags really bad. It takes literally forever, because you have to click on each card individually one at a time. Like, I'm shocked they don't have a better setup for it by this point. After each refresh, give a minion in the tavern taunt, win Fury, Reborn, or Divine Shield. That's really, really good. Every 4 turns, discover a Dark Moon prize. God damn it. Ugh. Hey guys, if you're ever building an apartment building, don't put the smoke detector right next to the oven so people are unable to cook. Dark Moon prizes are really, really good, but every 4 turns makes this ability a little whatever. If it was every 3 turns, I think he'd be a lot better. Take my wallet out of my pocket since I'm sitting on this chair. Hurts my bum. Hudson, honey. Blob. Dun 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 it. I'm up against Artanis right away with the heel. What did you get? Taunt, Divine Shield. Oh, okay, it just gave this dude taunt. That's lame. I'll take you. Cord Puller's pretty good. Unlimited executive power! This is funny. Get out of here, Artanis. Stop building the same stuff as me. Everybody out here copying me, bro. Upgrade that tavern. Okay. Easy dub. Alright. It's not giving me max I guess what we end up doing might end up depending a lot on what our quest is, so we shouldn't get too invested in doing one type till that point anyways, thinking about it. Really mulling it over. That's some bullshit, bruv. That's some real bullshit, bruv. That, oh my god. Unbelievable. That RNG is some dog shit. If you buy a minion, give it 2/2 and upgrade this, that's really good for mechs. At the start of each turn, make a friendly tier 1 minion golden and upgrade this. That's pretty interesting, because you get a tier 1, then a tier 2, then a tier 3, then a tier 4, then a tier 5, then a tier 6, and then I believe after that it just keeps making tier 6 minion golden every turn. Do I want the greater trinket? I feel like this is pretty easy to get, and it's going to be really good. Give a minion from the minion of each type +1/+2. That's on rally, unfortunately. Yeah, if it was out of combat, and so if it was in some way an out of combat effect, I would take it. But it is not that. Although Reborn is a keyword that you really want on rally minions, by the way, because for some weird reason it seems like when a minion enters, it immediately gets an opportunity to attack. I don't know if that's 100% the case, but most of the time it's like newly spawned minions always go to the far left and always get a chance to attack immediately, unless an enemy minion gets to go before that, which seems pretty rare. Or is it, if your minion attacks them, dies, and something else, or if one of your minions triggers the spawning, maybe it's not as good, but... Ah, RNG is with me this time, you bastard! Dee, dee, dee. This guy having taunt kind of sucks, but... Enhancification. There are ways to remove taunt. Correction, there is a way to remove taunt. Hell yes. I think that was literally the best RNG target for the shield there. You know, I haven't been feeling my RNG for a while now, but this one's feeling pretty good so far. Oh, nice. Okay. There we go. Get that taunt off. Do I want to wait for you? I don't. That's just 7-8 worth of stats. And this is better. Take you. Take you. I'm good to go. Weird. Oh, you know what? There's probably something like stuck inside the oven that's giving off a weird smell. Nope, it was excess heat from the oven venting up into a pack of peppers we had on the stovetop that I have removed and carefully put away. Dang, that smells really good. Yeah, freeze for that. Why not? Why not? So far, so good. We're chilling on robots. Did this one get reborn, by the way? No, it just looks like it. Looks like none of those guys got the Enhanso effect. It was this guy. He got an Enhanso Winfurio. So I've got 2 cord pullers in play that'll open up a free spot, give me the opportunity to build towards... I should sell him before I play that, but it'll give me the opportunity to keep building towards like more specific mechs that I want. Ugh. Okay, that's good RNG actually. I was really worried he was just gonna crash into this thing and get wasted. That's what the ugh was about, because I was assuming it was definitely gonna happen. Nice. We're making our way up the list, man. We're in second now. We've just been slowly creeping and crawling up the way. You can go. You can come. You can fuse. You know what? Do I care about this right now? So it's 12 points worth of stats for 2 gold. Feels kind of whatever. Constitutes 2 gold, I guess. 1 go. Add 18 cards to your hand. Cookbook is ready to go. After you buy a mini, give it 2/2 and upgrade this. Sell. Upgrade roll. Oh boy. No, that's good for me. We just fought her. Naga. I don't want a Naga, I don't think. Am I going up against mechs? Yes. So I'll take this for now. Reroll. Yeah, we'll freeze for that. Why not? And then depending on what mechs he has, we might get some absolute bangage. I do know that you can get a copy of his big special mech, his Protoss mech. You can get a copy of it with this. I think it's happened to me before. Oh yes, best possible choices. Let's go. 2 horses that replace themselves with 2 more horses. Okay, I really hope I get the horse mech. or his shuttle. whatever his special mech is. Oh, that's a huge bummer actually, not gonna lie. That's terrible. About as bad as I could have gotten out of that. Just save the 3. Essentially putting 3 gold in a bag for later. It'd be nice if I could get some more magnetic minions in the tavern. Oh, this guy's got the same thing as me, but he's probably getting more magnetics. Bastardo. How is this thing so huge already? What the fuck? Its size doesn't make any sense. The numbers are not numbering. It's a pretty good board for now. I can freeze for the 15, 16, or the 17, 18 worth of stats. Dude, where are these guys' boards coming from? Oh, yeah, that'll do it. Damn, bro. These dudes' boards are unreal. Are you kidding me, bro? Alright, we're gonna lose on this next one. We're out. We're definitely gonna get outed on this next battle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'd end up with a 7/7/5 gold, ability to roll twice and try to get something to replace the 7/7. We could end with a 14. We could actually, okay, sell, play, sell, and just really beg for something good here. That's good, actually. Roll. That's good, actually. Okay, I don't know. This dude's board's gotta suck to lose to us, though. Not gonna lie. Alright, let's see these taquitos. Alright, taquitos are dropped off with the wife. That thing's not dying in a million years. And exact lethal. Dang, bro. Brutal. Alright. Minus 24. I don't want to end up getting on a mentality in like a losing streak or anything, so we're gonna call it here. Because I'm still sitting pretty close to 4,200. We'll pull it back later. We'll do one PvE mode run. I think we're going to do a Kobolds and Catacombs run, and then it'll be switching over to Magic until Mac shows up. And we're probably just going to play some Jump In or some Starter Deck Duel, just whatever to get the quest done, the daily quests. I'm going to roll for it. 10 is a reroll. 9, Hunter. Or Warrior, sorry. Warrior was my favorite class when I first started playing, and then I started to like Shaman. I understand that people don't typically like Shaman because it has no particular focus, but I like being able to kind of do everything. It's a thing from Magic the Gathering in mid-range that I really appreciate, is like building decks that can kind of do it all. Mid-range and good stuff decks tend to be able to do that really well. Okay. Not amazing. No turn 1 plays is a pretty big bummer, but it's what it is. A 1/1 with charge. Get some friendly beast to attack and immune. That's a bummer. Well, taunt up, make him crash some stuff into it. Oh, are you kidding me? Him having Owl is kind of bullshit. Not gonna lie. Oh, hey, he screwed up. What? I figured he'd still try to kill the dude. This is the worst thing ever, by the way. That will lose you games because enemy minions can just attack past yours. It kills all your taunt. Early candle beard, let's go. Blessed run. But yeah, I still want a general analysis on some of my RNG. Because I swear in general I get really bad RNG. That's kind of just a keepable hand with doubled life. Boo. Just doing some control warrior stuff. Okay. Bam. Nope. Unnecessary. going with the charge minions. That's a big fucking bummer. This is one of the worst matchups. Well, I guess we're getting it early, so that's good. It's just that you prefer to never see Frostfur as warrior ever. Ooh. Nah. Coward. Face me and my 50 life in a damage race, you loser. Honestly, part of me feels like I'm playing like a face hunter style strategy right now. Ooh. Okay. He managed to buy himself a turn? Nope. Top deck to win the game. Haha. Loser. Wow, okay. Huh. This seems much more consistent, but this just seems like so much fun. I can't say no to that. That's just such a fun, stupid setup. That's going to be tough. He gains way more armor for way cheaper. Nothing. God, 1 mana 3 armor is so fricked up, dude. He's drawing the nuts, bro. I gotta grab my water jug and mentally prepare to get just absolutely dog stomped. My water jug. That's the way it goes. I am hydrating the pineapple. Hydrating my pineapple. So when you get a pineapple, if you want it to be maximum peak possible flavor, as good as it gets, put it in your sink. Run a trickle of like cold or room temperature water, or sorry, rip the leaves off the top, put it in your sink. You'll have like this little butthole looking top yellow part that's exposed. Put it in the sink and then run cold or like slightly warmer than cold room temperature-ish water on top of the pineapple for about half an hour, about 30 minutes, 40 minutes. And you'll end up with a way more juicy, way more lively pineapple when you pull it out. Huh. I didn't think that's how that worked. Oh, it adds them to my hand. Okay, cool. I was worried that it was like, shuffle them into your deck. And I was like, wait, what? This is a bad, terrible garbage minion, but it'll have to do. A 5/10 with taunt. Okay. Shuffle an 8/12 Dire Horn with taunt into your deck. Whoa. Get out of here, bro. Charge Divine Shield 2/1. I have 8 mana to play with. Do I just go towards trying to take this guy out? I think the move is to just try to go for the kill as quickly as possible. So we play the charge minion, attack, and turn. We're starting to like dig into his primary health bar now. Taunt elusive 14/14. Okay. Bit of a bummer. Fun fact, I don't believe Tyrantus normally has taunt. I'm pretty sure he just has elusive and is a 12/12. So he's been buffed like a good amount. Dude. 48 armor, or 48 health now to my 52. He's generated more effective HP than I started the game with. There. Crash some stuff into my 8/12 now, nerd. 7/9 with rush? No, 4/9 with, whatever the fuck. Really? I don't think that was the move, dude. Like, genuinely, I don't feel like that was the move for you. Begin the armor up process. Send 2 minions from your deck and give them rush. They go back at the end of your turn. That's really good. Bonk. Bonk. Draw a card. It moves too fast. Let me read the stuff. Gain 6 armor. Okay, what was that? Draw a card. Choose twice. Draw a card. Give your minions 1 attack. Gain 6 armor. Okay, so it's just got a gazillion armor again. Oh. Play this. He goes down to 1. Right? Yeah. I have 2 open slots on my board right now. So 2. They'll have rush. Has charge while you have a weapon equipped. Can't attack, right. Okay, well, that's a bit of a bummer. Since it can't attack, we'll just have to crash this. Bonk, and bonk, and bonk some more. Might as well play you. End the turn. Oh, I forgot to hit with the axe. Could have had him down to 26. Really? My guy. 3 cards left in his deck. I have 5. We're definitely going to end up in a burn war, fatigue war. Question is, can I beat him in a fatigue war? Maybe. Draw 2 minions, swap their health. What do I have left? 4 cards, 3 cards. I don't want to cast that. Might as well play you for a 5/5 for 5 mana. I didn't attack again. Oh my god. Magic players and weapons, dude. I've seen this with other Magic players too. We do not use our weapons correctly. Does this even work? Because he's got... Yeah, no, it literally doesn't even work. Okay, so... Attack you. Attack you. Attack you. See if we get anything. Nope. Okay, activate. Get a spell. What do we get? To a minion and your hero. No, thank you. Thank you, no thank you. I think we just kill, actually. Because he let this dude just keep getting bigger without ever dealing with it. He never dealt with this, so we killed him. It started as an 8/8, and it lasted literally 9 turns, becoming a 17/17, which is not how that's supposed to go. I won because I felt like being dumb. Archthief Reform. Battlecry discover a powerful artifact. Kel'Thuzad at the end of each turn. Summon all friendly minions that died this turn. Baron Geddon at the end of your turn. Deal 2 damage to all other characters. That's a bit unfortunate. Guild Recruiter. Battlecry recruit a minion that costs 4 less. Woe Cleaver. After your hero attacks, recruit a minion. Battlecry recruit a 1, 2, and 3 attack minion. Give a friendly minion to attack and charge. 4/3 with charge for 4. Skycap and Crag. Charge! Cost 1 less for each friendly pirate. 1, 2. I own 2 pirates in the deck, so that's a miss. These are so... Both of these options just absolutely butcher my curve, but I feel like recruit is a powerful enough keyword to be willing to butcher my curve just a bit. Now I just really, really need, after this fight, to get a really good package of low-cost cards. I really need a good package of 1, 2, and 3 cost cards. Spirit Seeker Azun. This is double death rattles, so I'm not getting anything out of this. Okay, you know what? That's completely eh. We got 70 life, we're definitely going to get the chance to play it, so... Ugh, that's the bummer, though. Getting 2 5-drops in your opening hand. And he gets a 1-drop, dude! Brrr. Get +2 attack. Can I just stall him forever? Probably not. Probably not a great idea. You should have played that first? What the fuck? Quests always start in your opening hand, so... Huge! He's fucking huge already! That's a goddamn 7-2 right now. What? What a bastard. What? That's a bit of a bummer. That's fine. At least it's gone. I don't know if he's allowed to take more copies than that. Because when you're building a deck, you can have more copies than 2. But I don't... I've only seen the AI get more than 2 copies of something with Discovery. Let's see. Yes, okay, cool. His whole gimmick is that he makes himself costless, so... A free 3/3. So I got 5/7 worth of stats for 5 mana. I think that's generally a good rate. Play. Just attack. Turn. I'm gonna try my best not to be triggering his death rattles. Just do my best just to be bonking him in the fucking face. 4 attack this turn. Interesting. Who are you going after? Yeah, I thought so. That was... Okay. That's a move. I don't know if this dude's thinking... I don't think the AI is thinking through what an aggro race against my current deck looks like. Deal 3, 2, and 1 damage to random minions. Quick draw. Choose the targets. Bummer. Turn. Okay, wow. Sweet. Back to Chipmageddon. Bro. Fucking what, mate? Oh my god, bro. So scuffed. We're gonna lose. We're just gonna lose. His big stuff is just objectively bigger than all my big stuff. Oh my god, I'm screwed. There's literally no shot. There's like less than no shot, especially with a 4/8 that's lifestealing. Oh my god, dude. Alright. GG. This might be the most obnoxious AI deck I've ever come up against. He always has it. That's the 4th execute. I literally said last game I haven't seen them play more than 2 copies of something without discovery. I am almost certain that he played all 4 copies of that without a single discovery. Doesn't even have taunt. Dude. Wow. Miserable RNG. Never grabbing either of those legendaries ever again. I misunderstood how she worked. What I thought is that it just immediately cracked the pack and shuffled it into your deck, and then if you had no copies, no duplicates in your deck, you just got those cards. But no, you get a sealed pack that costs 2 mana, which means she actually costs 7 and says draw 5 completely random decks or cards from outside your deck. Blech. Ooh, is this an arena token? Yeah. Arena can be fun. I don't like the fact that you have to pay entry every single goddamn time if you want to draft a new deck. Especially since it only takes 2 losses to get your deck, or 3 losses to get your deck killed off. Oh my god. Choose a hero skin? Oh, Uther, Rexar, Valera, Thrall. 10 Storm Thrall looks pretty sweet. Sky Shatter Thrall looks okay. Onslaught Garrosh looks amazing. Dude, there are so many skins to choose from, it's kind of crazy. So there's Sky Shatter Thrall. And there's 10 Storm Thrall. I think I'm a 10 Storm Thrall guy. We'll claim that. Confirm. Gain 200 total levels on expansion reward tracks. Okay. Whatever that's supposed to mean. There should be a collect all button. Jesus, all these meaningless points that are never going to do anything for me. Oh my god. There's an achievement attached to every single hero in Battlegrounds. That's so silly. There's 3 achievements attached to each hero in Battlegrounds. That's even the most crazy. If nothing happens when I hit 5,000, I'm gonna be so bummed, dude. But I'm pretty sure these points don't do literally anything at all, because I've never seen them do anything before. Why would they start now? Yeah, no, literally nothing. Oh my god. This game is stupid. Nothing. All those points do nothing for you. Cracking 1 pack, slow as hell, one at a time. Okay. Bunch of class cards for classes I don't play. Okay. That seems fine. Not great. For a common, it seems fine. Like, passable. If it was the 30th card in a deck, I don't think anyone would be surprised. Reach Equilibrium. Quest, cast 4 holy spells. Reward Life's Breath. Quest, cast 4 shadow spells. Reward Death's Touch. Okay. Sure. So it's a priest quest where you gotta be a spellslinger priest. Because everyone wants to play against spellslinger priest. Blech. Alright. So, this is a magic Zagazri. Oh boy, here we go again. Alright. That is no longer needed. Off. Off. Get out of there. Oh boy, it must update, but it is quite fast, so I'm not particularly concerned with how it will do. I'm so excited for this with MacMinty, man. This is gonna be so cool. What? What? What the fuck is this shit? I don't like this, man. What? Dude, what is going on? Why did this update make it log me out? Oh, Wizards of the Coast, man. You truly are an evil corporation with some evil intentions. What the fuck are you doing this time? Oh, you know what? There are no good corporations. What am I talking about? They're all evil and they all only have evil intentions. Making profit's not evil. Yeah, it is. All your leftover money should be paid to your employees. Otherwise, you're robbing them of their labor value. That's why profit is theft. You're stealing from your workers. They deserve the profit too. If your pay is more than double single employees, you should look back in the mirror at why you're stealing from them. Dude, what the hell, man? The audio is all fucked up. Okay, Jesus. Black or green, red or white, blue or red. Huh. Would you like to spend like $100 to be able to play a shit draft with a bad meta? You would, wouldn't you, boy? You little whore. You'll buy whatever we sell you, won't you, boy?
Oh boy.
King Mojay. Playable. Hello. Gaga. Those card backs are sweet. Okay. Get a bird. If you control 4 or more birds, transform this enchantment. I don't understand what the point of saying when you search your library this way, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. You could just have it also have a line of text that says put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. It doesn't need. You could literally start the sentence right here. None of the rest of this is necessary. Because the only thing that the spell guarantees you're going to do is search. So why would it... Whatever. Literally the only guaranteed effect of the spell is to search. Big chicken! He dies next turn if he doesn't stabilize. Okay, a 2/2. He still loses. Right? At the beginning of your first main phase, you control 4 or more birds. Okay. I don't know why I keep forgetting what that does. Bang. Grisha's Wanderings. Come on, man. You got 4 mana. There's gotta be something you can do. Thief's Knife. I like how they finally caught on to what a good effect this is and finally started making these cards like a decent mana cost. There's a bunch of artifacts that do a similar thing that cost like 1 or 2 and 1 or 2 to equip, and it's not okay. I think one of them is like a Prybar, or like a new Capenna like Prybar card, Golden Prybar, or is it Prized Prybar? Because I think it's a rhyme, like a pun. Oh, don't do this to me, man! Don't use the timer to try to bug me into quitting. Ride the shoot buff? Search around, put on a battlefield, tap and shot. Summon Fenrir, boom. Mountain, boom. Grisha's Wanderings. Forest, boom. Switch graphics. Get out of full screen. Oh, she just gave up. Okay, that's completely fair. I don't blame her for that. In fact, I appreciate that. Thank you. Close the game. Open up the Discord. Continue to download. Open this. Doot. Yeah, right. Oh wait, no, that's not what we want. Extract to. Downloads. Downloads. Okay. Close. Start voice call.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me?
Yep, I can.
Cool beans. All right, I'm just gonna have, if you don't mind, can you just talk for a second real quick?
Yep, talking, testing, hello.
All right,
Testing,
we're good to go.
hello.
We are good to go. Thank you, sir.
Perfect.
I realized that my wife pointed out to me that apparently last time we had you on, the audio was really scuffed, so this should be a much cleaner. There it
Bummer.
is. Yu-Gi-Oh cards 2. All right, Wyvern, Gozen, Emerald. Oh wait, no, this isn't the one. Downloads. YGO 3 cards 3. There we go. Borreload. Okay, these I'm not familiar with. Cool. All right. Sharing my screen.
Perfect.
Entire screen. Boom. Minimize
Having a
the
good weekend so
infinity.
far?
All right. So today we're going to be playing. On my end, we're going to be playing a slightly different game than we've played before.
Okay.
I am going to show you 2 cards at a time. We're still doing Modern. One of these cards, only one card that you see today will be a card that you've seen before, and it's this one on the left here. You've seen Aether Vial before. But the idea here is I'm going to show you 2 cards at a time, and you're going to tell me which one is a staple of the Modern format and which one is basically a stinker. Some of them, some of the bad ones, it'll be like they're played in a few decks in Modern, but I'm going to say that anything that has never had a meta presence over 10% doesn't count. If it's okay. Never been in 1 out of 10 decks in the format, I don't think it's worth mentioning.
Okay, makes sense.
So right here you have one card that you've seen before with Aether Vial. I just got the prettiest art version of it that's available, and another card that's seen a lot of play throughout history, Reese the Redeemed.
Okay. I guess I'll start with Aether Veil again. 1 mana. Okay, not sure if I really super remember Aether Vial.
So Aether Vial's a little weird. Basically, when it first comes in, it will have no counters on it at first. But you can activate it right away and put a creature with its cost, with the number of charge counters cost on it into play. So when you're on your first turn, if you play a land and then play Aether Vial, on your second turn, you'll be able to play a free 1-cost creature. For example, Reese the Redeemed is a creature that costs 1 mana.
That seems pretty good. I mean...
And one other thing that's important to keep in mind, abilities like these, like Reese's ability and this ability here, these can be activated at quick speed.
Because, I mean, yeah, you're basically getting extra mana per turn for creatures only. Probably pretty useful still. Probably seems like something that would see a lot of play, but let me...
A small thing to keep in mind too, at the beginning of your upkeep, you may put a charge counter on it. So if you build your deck around a specific mana cost, like 1, 2, or 3, you can get that many charge counters on it and just stick with that number.
And do that. Yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, because it does. Okay, because it does have to be equal. I didn't actually catch on to that part. It has to literally be equal to the number of charge counters. Okay. So yeah, I mean that seems pretty good. I mean, I know we've talked about before. There's a lot of small mana cost stuff that can be like really powerful.
I mean, hell, there's Reese the Redeemed right there. He's a really good one.
Right there. So getting all that stuff online like really quickly seems good. But I guess I'll check out Reese the Redeemed real quick. Reese, Rise, whatever it is.
Actually, I've heard him called 3 different things, so I think anything goes. I've heard Rise, I've heard Reese, and I've heard Riz.
Let's go with Riz.
Riz is funny, actually.
Riz the Redeemed. Okay, so he can be either a green or is that a white?
Yep, so that's called split mana. You can pay it with either 1 green or 1 white. You do not have to pay both.
Okay.
And something to keep in mind, that means that this can be played in a deck that is just white or a deck that is just green. You do not have to run both colors.
Interesting. So like already that throws me off a little bit because like let's just pretend it was like only green. I would be less inclined to think it was a staple then because maybe green is
I'd say historically green's been a pretty popular color.
Okay.
White is actually white is a very popular color, but in terms of power level, I'd say white doesn't get as much time in the sun.
Not quite there, yeah.
White just tends to be really balanced is kind of white's problem.
So just a refresher for me. When it says for the first tap effect, it says 2 and then green and white. That means you can pay 2 of any mana.
Correct.
And then 1 of green and white. Okay.
Green
so
or
3
white.
Total mana.
So yeah, it's a total of 3 mana to get an elf warrior creature token into play, and you do have to tap Riz to do it.
Yep. So you tap and put a 1. Okay, you just get 1 creature. Okay. 1 green and white, not 1 green and 1 white. Okay.
Yep.
And then you can pay 6 total mana for each creature token you control. Put a token into play. Okay, so you just double up everything.
So yeah, for example, if you use that first ability 3 times, because the second ability costs 6 mana and the first ability costs 3. So if your turn 3 play is to activate the ability, and then you do that on turn 4 and turn 5 as well, you'll get 3 1/1 elf warriors, and then on turn 4 you could tap him, or on turn 5 you could tap him for 6 mana, and then get 3 more of those tokens. So it would double the number to 6.
Right.
And if you're getting tokens in any other way, because it doesn't care what kind of tokens they are as long as they're creature tokens. So if you're creating tokens in any other way, he also doubles those creature tokens.
Oh, so it's not just his own creature tokens.
Correct. So I'll show you an example of a really good creature token real quick, just so you have an idea of what we're looking at.
Sure.
This is like a really good token that people play a lot.
Create a treasure token. Okay.
Treasure is basically just a one-use, it's a little artifact that you can spend 1 time and you'll gain 1 mana of any color.
Seems pretty good. And so here's kind of the thing I'm struggling with a little bit.
Okay.
Riz seemed very powerful, very strong, right? I really like a lot of the stuff that it does. But I'm thinking, is it maybe a little bit too specific, a little bit too spendy to be a staple? And is Ether Veil a little bit more generic? I mean, it is literally more generic, right?
Does it feel like the consistency of Aether Vial is more important than the peaks of Riss?
That's sort of like where I'm going, right?
Okay.
But let me just think for a little bit, because ether. I mean, is it really that great? Ether vial is what I'm trying to think.
I'm really glad that you don't remember Ether Vial.
It must have been.
It was the very first
flushed.
card I showed you.
Okay. That makes sense why I don't remember it then.
Yeah, it got buried under the noise.
Okay, so you do have to tap it to. I mean, it's tough. I'm gonna go with my gut. I think Riz does seem like relatively powerful. Maybe he's a little bit spendy though. Um, Maybe just a hair too like situational specific to be like a staple. You know, I can definitely see that he would see some kind of play. I'm just gonna say Ether Veil for this one, just because it's more generic. It feels like you can be a little bit more flexible. So maybe it'd be more of a staple. I could be totally off base, but I'm just gonna go with my gut instinct and say Ether Veil.
Well, you could be very off base. That's definitely true. Or you could absolutely knock it out of the park right out of the gate. Yeah, no,
Yes.
you're totally right. So,
You scared
fun
me for a
fact,
second there.
the part of the reason I lined these up the way that I did, these two cards specifically, Ether Vial is the only reason Riz was ever considered playable.
Oh, really? That's funny.
Yeah, so in opening, there was a very short period of time. Riz is not good in Modern. He had a little bit of time, however, where Ether Vial, before it got banned for a bit, and then I believe it's unbanned now. It might still be banned. But Aether Vial has been on the ban list, but when it wasn't for a while, Riz the Redeemed had a very short period of time before people discovered humans. People thought elves would be the best way to use Aether Vial. So they would put Aether Vial in turn 1, use some sort of 0 mana interaction to protect their Aether Vial to get it to turn 2, tap it, immediately get Riz the Redeemed into play for free, costing 0 mana. And the thing about Aether Vial that makes it so broken, really what knocks it out of the park for this card, is the fact that you can put the creature into play. It doesn't cast the creature.
Okay.
So the creature cannot be counterspelled. So a lot of counterspells basically don't work on this.
Oh, I did forget about that.
And
Yeah,
because
that difference in wording.
And because the ability can be activated at quick play speed, you can also play you can play around getting all your creatures out on your opponent's end step. Instead of playing anything on your own turn, you basically just get Aether Vial to the number you care about, 2, 3, 1, whatever. Almost no one ever cared about getting it to 4 because by that point it was too inconsistent. But most decks wanted it at 1 or 2 counters. Once you had that number, you literally just left it at that number and then played one thing on your turn, maybe that cost some mana, and then passed the turn. So there's a bunch of creatures that say, when this enters the battlefield, do this. So what Aether Vial allows you to do is you would be able to put those into play, and then let's say that your creature removes an enemy creature, kills it. You just Aether Vial on the end of their turn, kill the thing that they spent their whole turn playing.
Yep, yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
So good job, man. You nailed it.
Yep.
All right. Round 2.
Yeah, it's like that card's like the ultimate starter, isn't it? Because you just play it on turn 1 and then get all the stuff you need right away on your opponent's next turn.
Yeah, so do you remember Skull Clamp by any chance?
Skull Clamp.
It was a 1 mana artifact that you could put on creatures, and if that creature died, you drew 2 cards.
I vaguely remember that, I think.
It gave them +1/-1, so it could kill the creature by itself.
I remember that. It was one I was wrong about, right?
No, you were right about it. You guessed it was banned.
Probably because of the drawing thing, but yeah.
Yeah, actually, I have your record right here. You got that one right. But Aether Vial and Skull Clamp separately, because they've both been banned at different times. At separate periods of time, they were each considered the best 1 mana artifact in Modern.
Really? Huh.
Yeah, in their own time. All right, time for some 2-mana
All
spells.
right. We're moving up in the world, huh?
Yeah, we're gonna work our way up the mana curve until I believe we hit 7 mana.
Okay. So we got an artifact equipment. So just a refresher on equipment. It's like a permanent. You play for its mana cost, it says, and then you can equip it for its. Looks like 1 in this case, 1 mana.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, no, you got it.
Yep. Whenever a equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, so specifically to a player, okay, you may draw 2, and then discard 1. Okay. Seems pretty good. Difficult to argue with drawing 2 cards.
And I mean, isn't that art sick as hell too?
It is.
That's the Warhammer art.
No, yeah, that is really cool.
All right, now for you to see your first ever Lord of the Rings card.
Orcish Bowmasters, huh? So 1 of anything, 1 black creature, Orc Archer, huh?
Yep.
Is that like a pretty common thing, or?
I would say neither one of those types matters at all.
Okay.
Those are pretty irrelevant types.
Flash, can you remind me what Flash is again?
It means that you can play it as a quick play. You can cast this spell anytime you could respond to any effect or spell or passing of the stage.
Okay. Wait, so it's like a quick play casting a creature, kind of?
Yeah, so any creature that has flash, it's basically like whenever you would be able to cast an instant spell, you may also choose to cast this spell.
Cast a creature. Okay.
It's the only way that
okay.
we're able to get creatures at instant speed.
Yep, okay, that makes sense. Okay.
That and stuff like Aether Vial.
Yep. Alright, so when he enters, whenever opponent draws a card except the first one they draw in each of their draw steps. Okay, so any extraneous cards they draw.
Correct.
Other than their normal one. You deal a damage to any target, then amass orcs 1. What does that mean?
I'm sorry. I know there's some words on here that are hard to explain, but amass orcs 1 is actually really easy. If you have no token, you create a orc army token and put a 1/1 counter on it. Orc army tokens are just a 0/0. You put a 1/1 counter on it, it becomes a 1/1. And then if you already have an orc army token, it gets bigger by 1. So it'll become a 2/2 and then a 3/3.
Okay, I see. So he's just like a guy, a 1/1 guy.
Yeah,
And then by this effect, he keeps getting bigger.
Thematically, it's like every time these guys get a chance to get some damage off, they assemble more dudes. They help gather more dudes together.
Right, makes sense. I don't know if I'm seeing the vision with Orcish Bowmasters, to be honest with you.
I mean, if you use Mask of Memory, Orcish Bowmasters will trigger twice.
Is that why you put these two together?
Kind of.
When you deal... Huh. Okay, whenever an opponent... I don't know, I'm not liking Orcish Bowmasters. I can't really put my finger on it. It just seems like... It just feels like a stinker. What more can I say? So I'm just gonna say Mask of Memory, like drawing 2. Yeah, seems like pretty relevant.
You feel like a
lot of scenarios.
You feel like the cost on this is maybe too high or something?
Yeah, it's a combination of that. I mean, there isn't the flash thing. I don't really know how relevant that is. I mean, maybe it's relevant, but I don't know how impactful it is to like everything else.
I would say that the difference between playing something at sorcery speed and playing something at instant speed is like worth an entire extra mana, usually. So like in terms of value, I would say flash is kind of like a premium keyword. But if you're still feeling Mask of Memory, that's what we can lock in.
I don't know. I could see Orcish Bowmasters being useful. That's the thing. Like I could potentially see it, but Mask of Memory, it's more generic. Drawing 2 cards, like how can you really go wrong?
Okay.
So yeah, it's gonna have to be Mask of Memory this time.
All right, I baited you. I got you.
Dang it!
It was a setup. It was all part of the plan.
Oh yeah, I have that.
No.
So Mask
How
of
could this
Memory
happen?
is decent. I would say like Mask of Memory typically falls in the 4 to 5 out of 10 like range. It's like a 4 out of 10 in bad metas where artifacts get blown up a lot, and it's a 5 out of 10. Maybe run 2 copies in a deck when you care a lot about cheap artifacts and being able to draw cards. The problem with Mask of Memory is the same every single time. It's whenever it deals combat damage to a player. So you need a creature that can't be blocked, a creature that has flying, a creature that's like so big they're never going to bother blocking it. So your creatures have to be of such a high quality that Mask of Memory costing two mana usually means that you're wasting your second turn. So from then on, every next turn, you have to be playing a creature that's so big and so immediately useful that Mask of Memory eating up your second turn or your first turn doesn't end up screwing you over.
Right. Yeah, my mistake was I was kind of just going in with the assumption that you would get the proc like pretty easily. But like, yeah, no, your opponent's just gonna block you.
It can be I will say, it can be really easy to do it if you're set up to do it. The problem is setting up to do it is just more investment than it's worth. Because you're paying the 2 mana to get the mask, you're paying the 1 mana to equip it, and the creature you're equipping it to needs to be really good, so it's probably going to cost a decent amount of mana.
And so like by the time you get all that set up, you could probably just like use something else.
There's usually something better you can be doing with the mana. Yeah.
Right.
And then Orcish Bowmasters, I'm not going to lie, dude. This card is so unbelievably cracked. This card is so good. I think it's still... I don't think it's been banned yet. It might be, but I don't think it's banned yet. People have been begging for this card to get banned. Right now, Mask of Memory is literally an unplayable card because of Orcish Bowmasters.
Yeah, I guess, that does make sense.
The creature you have it equipped to is just going to get shot for 2 damage. The moment it hits the enemy, it's going to die, and then your opponent's going to have a 2/2 orc in play.
Yeah.
Almost every deck in Modern will usually be drawing 1 or 2 extra cards by turn 3. Every single game.
Okay, yeah, that's the other piece of the puzzle that I guess I was missing is I wasn't sure like how often, because like you could just not be drawing cards.
And one thing too, you asked if you were asking yourself, you were like not sure if Flash was really important on this character. On Orcish Bowmasters, if they took Flash away, I think this card would just be fair.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that makes this card entirely overpowered as fuck and totally busted is the Flash. Because let's say your opponent has a Mask of Memory on a 1/1 cat, right? They attack you for 1. You have nothing on the board. You
can just chain this thing, right?
Yep. They deal damage to you, right? You take 1 damage, and then they are able to draw 2 cards. Wow, that's awesome. In response to their drawing of 2 cards, you flash out Orcish Bowmasters. Now, when they draw their 2, they take 1 damage to the face. You kill the cat they just did damage to you with, and you just set them back probably 4 or 5 mana and a life. And you get a 2/2 out of the process because of those 2 cards drawn. You get to amass orcs too.
Oh, is that how it works? Like if they
every time they draw a card and when it enters.
Okay. No, that makes because I was under the assumption that if it says draw 2, that counts as like 1 drawing action. But no, it counts
okay. So in our game, it would say whenever an opponent draws 1 or more cards.
Okay.
I see your confusion there.
That probably doesn't super impact it. I mean, In this case, obviously it does with masking memory specifically.
Well, so
Yeah,
there's a
that's
lot of
important
effects
to
that are
know.
like draw 2 cards when you do this, and those effects are usually really good. But Orcish Bowmasters renders those effects a net negative for you as a
Right.
player. So the problem with Orcish Bowmasters is it straight up nullifies entire strategies.
Yep, I can see that now.
If you remember,
For sure.
Punishing Fire got banned because it
Oh,
made
yeah.
it made aggro unstoppable. Orcish Bowmasters makes control way too strong. It's good in the mirror match. It's good. It's good in control versus control. It's good in control versus aggro. It's good in control versus combo. It's basically just like it completely breaks things and is one of the best control cards we've ever had.
Dang.
But it's okay.
You-
I will say I was expecting you to get this wrong because I know whenever you show draw 2 cards to a Yu-Gi-Oh player, they literally cannot resist.
It's just so good, man. Like, how could you not do it?
Like, I imagine every Yu-Gi-Oh player out on a walk every now and then, they just like pat their pockets and they think, it'd be so nice to draw 2 right now.
Literally.
All right, let's
We-
see the
all we
next
do is-
pair.
We read giant walls of text, and if anywhere in there it says draw 2, we're just like, all right, it's good. Good enough.
1 second. So, in our game, we have some double-sided cards. So the back of the card on the right is just a land that enters tapped and can be tapped for red mana in the future.
Okay, but the other side of it is an instant? Is that what I'm seeing here?
Yep. So the front side of it is an instant. So it's always, whenever it's in the deck or in your hand, it is treated as this card right here. When you take it out of your hand, when you go to play it, you may choose to play it on the back side as a land that enters tapped and can on later turns be tapped for red mana.
Okay. And the land, that's all it does. It's just like a normal land. Otherwise, just 1 red mana, that's it.
Yep, I will say, I don't want you to be deceived here. This card type, where one side is a land and one side is a spell, this alone is like a +1. Just being 2 different cards on one card is in and of itself a +1. Just I want you to keep that in mind throughout your analysis, because people would probably call me a troll if I didn't point that out.
All right, let's look at as foretold real quick. So 2 of anything and a blue. Put a time counter on as foretold. Okay.
It's an enchantment, so once you play it, it'll just stay on the battlefield and hang around.
Yep. Like a continuous spell sort of thing.
Yep.
Once per turn, you may pay 0. Rather than pay the mana cost for a spell you cast for the mana cost extra. Oh, we're X. Okay.
So let's say you play this on turn 2. You put a counter on it at the start of turn 3, and then during your main phase on turn 3, you can play a 1-cost spell without paying any mana. On turn 4, you could play a 1-cost or a 2-cost spell without paying its mana.
Okay, so kind of similar to Veil, whatever it was called.
Yeah, it's kind of similar to Aether Vial in its function.
Aether Vial.
One thing I will point out with As Foretold, it says once each turn, so you can use it on your turn and on your opponent's turn.
Right, okay.
So if you have like 2 counters on it and you have a spell in your hand that costs 2 and is an instant, you can cast a 2-cost spell on your turn for 0, and then on your opponent's turn, cast that 2-cost instant also for 0.
Yes. Seems like a pretty decent value generator. Okay, so I'll keep that in mind.
And I mean, it's a mythic rare too. Better rarity, better card.
Of course, always. All right, so put any number of cards from your hand on the bottom of your library, then draw that many cards plus one.
So,
What?
in Yu-Gi-Oh, you would only be able to cast this if you had cards in your hand. In Magic, if this is the only card in your hand, you will still draw one.
Right. I mean, this is difficult for me.
Let's hear
Do I
the
let-
thought process. Let's hear what's making it difficult.
Well, I mean, okay, so like we're looking at on the left, we have basically a value generator is what I'm thinking of it as.
Okay.
Like you play it for 3 mana, and then in a few turns you get a pretty nice payoff with being able to play your sorceries, or any spell actually. And then on the right we have a guy that just draws you cards. Kinda.
Okay.
So,
So,
like,
in your
payoff-
analysis so far, where do you think you're leaning?
I'm just trying to think of the payoff for this Awakening card. I guess if you stacked your deck and you kind of have a bunch of garbage in your hand, that would be like the best payoff you could get.
So I will say there are two situations in which Valakut Awakening is really powerful as a card generally. I'm not going to tell you like how commonly those circumstances come up, but one of those circumstances is if you draw a bunch of dud cards, like your deck is designed to have certain things in the like that you want in the deck that you keep drawing. And you want to pay the mana to get those things back inside the deck for later. That's one circumstance where Valakut Awakening is really powerful. And another one is whenever a card says, or whenever a card cares about you drawing a bunch of other cards. So it's like, if you draw a card, do this. Valakut Awakening can give you like a ton of triggers on those draw effects.
You know what? I thought about it. I don't like it at all.
You don't like
If you're
Valakut?
No, I don't. Because if you have a bunch of bad cards in your hand, why would you play this card to try to get better cards when you could have just been playing better cards in the first place?
Well, I want to point out, I'm talking like garnets. Imagine if you could just put garnets back in the deck.
Yeah, but you're not going to have. I mean, if you draw your whole hand of garnets, like you just lose. Like I totally will at that point.
But this allows you to fix that.
Yeah, but this itself is like a garnet, right? If you have the stuff that you need.
Well, no.
So
Well, okay,
it's
no.
kind
If
of-
it's not though, because remember the backside of it's a land.
Oh, that's true. Eh.
Eh.
It seems underwhelming. I like As Foretold. It seems like, I mean, pretty similar to, I keep forgetting, Ether Vial.
Okay.
Pretty similar concept, a little bit more spendy, but maybe you get actually a little bit more value. Being able to use like instants on your opponent's turn and then turn around and use more expensive stuff on your turn.
Right on. Is that what you're going with?
Enchantment. Yeah, and just, you don't have to tell me, but I know we talked about enchantments are pretty, in general, are like a little bit harder to get rid of.
Yep.
Is that a correct assessment?
I would say that enchantment is the second hardest. Okay, so of the normal permanents, there's a bunch of normal permanents. There's 2 or 3 that are like really new and they all suck and are stupid. But of all the normal permanents, enchantment is the hardest to get rid of.
Right, okay. Yeah, it's got to be As Foretold, right? Like for sure.
Is that what you're locking in?
I think so. Like, just here's my last thought before I lock it in. Let's pretend I was looking at my opponent's hand, and like these 2 cards were 2 cards in their hand, and I could like get rid of any one of their cards. In what world would I want to get rid of Valakut Awakening? Like, who cares? Like, if you want to use that, go ahead. Be my guest. But like this, As Foretold, seems like it could actually be a pretty big problem.
Right.
If you get it online and kind of get that value rolling. So yeah,
Okay.
I'll lock in As Foretold.
All right, I got to show you something real quick. That's not the one. There we go. Teferi's Ageless Insight.
You draw a card, except the first one. Draw 2 cards. Okay. So like with this, you're drawing 1,000,000 cards.
Valakut Awakening is part of one of the most powerful combo decks that recent Modern has ever seen. And As Foretold is a mostly unplayable filler card. Mostly. No way. There is one deck. It is not a meta deck. There is one deck that runs As Foretold just because, literally only because it is a 3-mana enchantment that lets them play more enchantments later.
Right.
That's all that deck cares about. No, Valakut Awakening is so unbelievably good. There are a bunch of cards that say if you would draw, like say this sort of thing. If you would draw a card on each of your turns, unless it's the first card, draw an extra one. There's a bunch of that stuff. If you would, yeah, here we go. Vinwixt. This is just another representative. This is probably a bad one, but it says the same thing. If you would draw a card, draw 2 cards instead.
Wow.
There are a bunch of cards that say that, and Valakut Awakening ends up being the best payoff in our entire game for those cards. That is legal in Modern. We have some really old cards called Wheel of Fortune. That's 2 mana. Discard your hand, draw. Each player discards their hand, and each player draws 7. That was the old tool, but you can't use that in Modern because it's too old of a card. Valakut Awakening is so good. If you get it in your opening hand and you have a good curve and you don't want to get rid of any of the stuff in your hand, you don't have any ways to double your draws, screw it. I'm going to play this motherfucker as a land. I have a turn 1 bad land drop. If you draw it later in the game when it's the only thing in your hand and you have the ability to draw it and then play it and then draw 2 instead of just 1, oftentimes it can spool out of control where you're mana plussing or you're plus on cards and you're good enough on mana in the late game to those 2 cards might just win you the game. As Foretold has its purpose in that enchantment deck, like I said, but I'm going to say As Foretold might end up being an absolute menace later on because there are spells now that have an ability, or there are creatures now that have an ability called Warp, and Warp is a mana cost alternative. It's you can pay this mana cost instead of the creature's normal mana cost in order to warp it into play, and then it'll come back, and then it basically goes back to your hand at the end of turn. Not literally, but basically. And then As Foretold will probably see play in a warp deck because getting a couple As Fortolds into play will allow you to warp out dozens and dozens of creatures throughout a game for just dirt cheap. Because most warp costs are 4 or less. So I think eventually this is going to be a staple. Right now, As Foretold is less than $1, and it gets played in only 1% of decks.
This has been the first one where I'm just shook. I can't believe Valakut. I mean, it just seems so bad. It goes. I want to
know what you think the downside is. I really do. Well, I'm trying to understand because you're saying it's bad. It's 3 mana. And it replaces itself and draws you any number of cards that you're willing to put at the bottom. You don't even have to get rid of your good cards.
It just goes against my basic deck building instincts. That if you're gonna have bad cards in your deck that you want to shuffle back, just replace those cards with good cards, and then you don't need this card.
But think of it like this: this card, if you're running this card, and it's a 60 card deck, right? This card is 3 mana. Your deck is now 59 cards.
Yeah. I guess there's that you get.
And that's per copy. So if you have 4 copies, that's 12 mana, and your deck is only 56 cards. Unfortunately, this card is played in half the meta. At the highest level, this card gets played in every red deck.
Yeah.
And I wish I could say that the backside was useless, but the backside is actually if it ends up being the first card that you draw in the game, and you have only a decent other, and you have 2 other decent lands, this card just is a bad land, and it's a bad first turn, but it's not the worst first turn.
Yeah, I guess the key part, how powerful would you say it would be if it didn't have that +1? Like
It
if
would
it
be
was just
unplayable.
okay. Yeah, that's I don't know why I just sort of glossed over the +1 thing and it was yeah,
The
that
the
was a
plus
miss.
the plus one. So in our game, 2 mana is usually the rate that you want to pay 2 mana to draw one card. Is usually like if you don't know what's on the top and you pay 2 mana to draw that card, that's usually like a decent rate, right? This card is 3 mana. Replace your hand with new cards,
Right.
and it replaces itself with that +1. If it wasn't for the +1, I think the 3 mana would make it unplayable. If it didn't say +1, it would probably only cost 1 mana or 2 mana. Probably 2 mana.
Bummer.
And what's interesting too, this is the only card we have that does this. We don't have any other cards that are legal in Modern that do this effect.
Like shuffling cards back into the deck and drawing.
That let you pick which cards.
Oh, they let you pick. Oh, okay.
So you can like keep your best next turn play and then gamble the rest away for possible better plays in the future. All right, let's
Yeah,
clean
I
it off.
guess-
Clean it off. Dust it off. Deep breaths. Next one. 4 mana.
Four mana, huh?
I got another
Man, those
creature
are
and
some
enchantment pair for you here.
Leyline of the Guild Pact. Dang, that's some wacky mana cost up there.
Yeah, it's a
green or
little
a white,
crazy,
a green or
but
a
basically
blue.
it's either a white, blue, green, or a red, or any of those can be replaced with a green.
Right. Okay.
However, the first line of text, you can basically ignore the mana cost because of the first line of text.
In your opening hand, you just dunk it straight onto the field. Okay. Each non-land permanent you control is all colors. So- Wait. Okay, so it's every non-land. Everything is treated as all colors.
Correct. So you
Is
see
that
how
how it
this
works?
card has green, white, blue, black, and red in its mana cost? This
Right.
is all 5 colors. If you had like this card in play, for example, if you had Olivia Voldaren in play, she would count as all 5 colors, even though she's normally only red black.
Yep. And then similarly, so that's what it does for non-lands. For lands, they're all treated as basic lands.
They're treated as so they're all their normal lands are left alone. So it's like a land plus it's also a swamp, a mountain, an island, a plains, and a forest. So
Okay,
if,
so like the basic lands.
yeah, so if your land is like it normally just taps for one colorless and doesn't have a type, now it can be tapped for any color or colorless, and it has 5 types.
I'm not sure how to assess that.
It's
I
a
don't-
complicated card, but I will say what matters here is that there are a lot of things that just say for each basic land type that you control, do X. For each color amongst permanents you have, do X.
Well, now I'm getting dollar signs in my eyes because this is counting as every land is counting as every other land, so there's going to be a lot of stuff going on.
And if you have
Okay.
if you have a deck that has really complicated mana costs, like how this card has a really complicated mana cost, if you have other cards that are like this where it's all goofy, this card basically settles the problem. All your lands tap for any color, so it doesn't matter what color mix-ups you have.
So like right away, I would think it's probably a stinker because it costs so much. But now that first sentence is kind of coming into play where, okay, if you do to get it in your opening hand, you can just dunk it straight out there.
A really good
Okay, so-
peek, yeah.
I'll think about that one for now. Olivia Bulgarian, huh? 4 mana.
Now, before you analyze her too much, I want you to look at the art real quick.
Yeah.
Look at her legs.
What? What's wrong?
She's got her hand on her knee over here, right?
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah,
The artist for this card made a mistake. He forgot to erase the extra leg here, and now she has 3 legs.
That is funny.
Sorry, go ahead, proceed.
All right, flying. That's pretty chill. Deal damage to another target creature. That creature becomes a vampire in addition to its other types. Wait, that creature becomes a vampire. Okay. And then you get a 1/1 counter.
Yep.
Sounds somewhat reasonable.
Oh, it's the next line will make it seem less reasonable.
Gain control of a target vampire. Oh, and the other thing is counting as a vampire. Okay, I see. I see the gimmick.
So basically, for 7 mana, you can give her a +1/+1 counter and steal any creature your opponent controls as long as it's not protected from targeting.
That's pretty spendy, but
You can also just use 2 mana to kill an enemy creature really easily.
that's sort of the one thing I'm thinking about. Like, is that the thing that we care about most? Just dealing a damage, and then
I would also say generally for 2 mana, putting a 1/1 counter on a creature and dealing a damage to another creature is a great rate.
Yeah, I do like the look of that. Okay, and then, it starts 3/3/4 mana.
And the last bit of info I'll volunteer just like off the front because it's important. You see there's no tap effect. There's no tap here. You can use this effect as many times as you can pay for it, any time that you can pay for it. So there's no limit. There's no like once per turn, and there's no tap requirement. So it can, as long as you can pay for, like, you could pay 6 mana and do this 3 times.
Dang, this one is...
I thought this one might be one of the toughest ones in the whole game.
See, like, if I didn't know anything about the game, which I really don't, aside from, like, kind of the hints you gave me, Leyline of the Guild Pack seems like if you didn't know how good it was changing all permanents to all colors and changing all lands to every basic land type, I mean, that just seems kind of useless, but, well, not, except for the lands thing. I guess I'm more thinking about making your permanents all colors. Like, how useful is that? Probably.
I can show you an example of something. So this is a card that goes pretty well with Guild Packs.
For each. So he's just like an automatic 6/6 with
5/5,
guy, right? 5/5, okay.
He comes out. There's 5 colors that exist, so he comes out as a 5/5, and he can be tapped for 5 mana of any one color. Or sorry, he can be tapped for 1 mana of each color.
Okay, so colorless doesn't count as a color, obviously. Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
This is tricky.
And this is one you've seen before, so I'll just remind you that this exists.
Yeah. I didn't particularly like this one, but maybe... It damage basically free with...
Yeah, it'll cost 1 white.
Okay, so there are some like relevant effects.
Yep, for sure. Like you said, if you don't know like what's relevant to it, it's much harder to judge. So I figured I'd show you a couple of decent pieces. Some stuff that might go with this if it was like a deck. And then I think Olivia Voldaren is one of those cards that's like the power is up front. You can tell what the gimmick is.
Yep. So with Leyline, like the other thing I'm thinking about too is like this thing with the lands seems like pretty cool and all, like being able to decide what colors you're getting each turn. But like it kind of goes back to what I was thinking about the last one, which I was actually wrong about. So maybe this is not the correct way of thinking. But like, why not just build your deck around the colors you need? You know, like I guess you said it. Like there are some with really wacky costs, and so maybe you need to do some gerrymandering. And maybe this is the type of thing that lets you do that. But I don't know. This is so difficult.
I believe in you, man. I know you can analyze this out.
I don't know. It's
just be confident.
In the game. I mean,
if both of these are build-arounds, which one of these feels more build-around-able?
see, like I can't even answer that question.
That's fair.
Yeah, no, I guess you can build around Leyline, right? Because you can kind of just use those cards that we talked about that care about being all colors, or the wacky cards that care about different color costs.
You could also just build a mountain of black and red mana and play around Olivia.
Yeah, that is a thing that can be done.
Bless you, sweetheart.
Okay, well, I think we spent long enough on this one. I'm just gonna lock in Leyline.
No, I love it. The tension is marvelous.
I'm gonna lock in Leyline, and I'll just tell you the reason.
Okay.
Up front is because you can just dunk it down on your first turn, and I think that is like good enough to make it like playable. Is that true?
The free playability feels like good enough for you.
Maybe. Yeah. Let's just lock it in, and then I'll hear why I'm wrong.
No, you're super right. And you know what? You're actually... So, I will say, if it wasn't for the first line of text, this card would need to cost 3. You're definitely right. If you couldn't get it for free, it would need to cost less, because no one is ever going to pay 4 to play this card. However...
Right.
There are so many decks that really badly want to run, like... a piece of removal that they can't, or a creature that's just like one mana color off. Like you're unable to squeeze in the extra color of mana, or like you can't run this card because it costs 6 and you need 5 lands to make it cost 1. Otherwise, it's garbage. But this card alone makes so many other cards extremely good. I'm going to do you know anything about Magic the Gathering mulligans?
That's the thing where like you can shuffle your hand back and draw like some less cards.
Yeah. So in Magic, the way that it works, you will always draw back to 7 cards. You'll always get 7 cards in your hand. But each time you mulligan, so let's say you mulligan 3 times. The third time you mulligan, you have to put 3 of the cards you draw back on the bottom of the deck. Mm-hmm. The problem with that type of mulligan is it makes cards like this incredibly consistent. If there are 4 copies of this card in your deck, you look at 7 cards per turn at the start of the game right away, right? You have 7 chances to hit this card. It's a 1 in 15 to hit this card. Because you have 4 copies of it, it's 60 cards in the deck. So you have a 1 in 15 chance of hitting it. You get 7 tries right away. If you don't see it on the first go, shuffle the hand away. You get 7 more tries. You've looked at 14 cards with a 1 in 15 chance of getting a Leyline at start of game, and you only go down 1 card. So you're essentially guaranteeing that this comes into play almost every single game for the cost of 1 card in hand or 2 cards in hand, which sounds terrible. It really can be brutal in some games where you mulligan for it a few times and you don't get it, and you're down like 4 cards, and then you put this into play for free, and now you've only got 3 cards in your hand. But this card is so individually powerful, it doesn't matter. Your lands being able to tap for any color and your permanents being all colors satisfies the requirements for so many effects that Leyline of the Guild Pact, as soon as it came out, created 2 new decks. 2 brand new meta-defining decks came into existence because of Leyline of the Guild Pact.
Right, because different decks now have access to cards from each other's decks, right? It unlocks like a whole new card pool for certain decks, right?
It literally, like, it fills in all the gaps that could possibly exist in a deck where the gaps are just based around colors. So basically you just build a 5-color deck that's the only weakness of the deck is that it costs a ton of mana and stuff has like weird color costs, and then you run 4 copies of this and you mulligan for it. That's the basic premise of it. I will say I believe there's one infinite combo that involves this and another Leyline card, but I don't think it's particularly relevant in Modern. I don't think it actually wins any games because it costs too much mana, but it does exist. There is an infinite combo with this card that exists.
Mm-hmm. I feel like there's a lot of infinite combos in this game, but
that'll happen when your game's been around for 32 years and the game designers don't look at old cards when they design new ones.
Right. That's how it goes with any game, though, right?
Eventually, yeah, you're going to hit a point where they want to print money, and in order to print money, you have to start printing really, really powerful, broken, stupid shit like this.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I would say, so Olivia Valderin was at one point, she was 5% of the metagame at her peak. So she was 1 in 20 decks for a little while. Because this combo right here, if you could get the 7 mana to do this to an opponent, and they had like a giant creature they spent the whole game going after, and like you took it and you used it against them even one time, it completely ended the game for them.
For sure.
But otherwise, she didn't see a whole ton of play, and her real problem is being a 3/3 for 4 mana. If she could protect herself, if she was a bigger body, if she costed less mana, any of those 3 things would make her a lot better. But the fact she's a 4 mana 3/3 with no protection is pretty rough.
Yeah, and that's what I was thinking too. Like just a little too spendy. Like 4 mana to cast, and then 2 mana to do the first thing. 5 mana, like it's just. Yeah, it's getting a little pricey at that point.
Indeed.
And not that it's worth the price in some sense, I guess, but...
Oh, no, she's a good card. The thing is like, at the end of the day, most of the cards I'm going to show you today are, like, at least decent. Otherwise, there's, like, it would be hard to compare them, you know? Mm-hmm. So this card, like, saw some play in Modern, but she was never, like, meta, and, people really quickly figured out that there's a bunch of, like, there's a ton of 1 and 2 mana spells that say deal 3 damage to anything, and you'll play her for 4 and she'll just get blasted for 1 mana.
Yeah.
And it ruins your whole game plan. All right, on to the next pair.
All right, next.
I think this and the next... I think the next 3 are going to be very difficult by design because I respect your brain power as a card gamer.
Well, it's got to be Mole Drifter, right? Because he says draw 2 cards.
It draws 2 cards, man.
It does the thing. Obviously, though, like in seriousness, 5 mana for 2 cards.
Yep.
Seems like possibly.
Well, okay, so no, it can be 3 mana.
Oh, okay. It's sacrifice. Okay, so it can be 3 mana, and then you just get the cards and you go home. Okay.
Yep, both of these creatures are what we call evoke elementals.
Okay, 5 mana. What, can I ask, is lifelink?
When this creature deals damage to anything, gain that much life. I would say in
Okay.
our game, lifelink doesn't matter unless the creature has more than 2 power. If the creature only has 1 or 2 power, lifelink really doesn't matter. But once it has 3 or more power, it starts mattering quite a bit.
Yeah. Okay, so when it enters, you exile up to 1 other target creature. Okay. Gains life equal to its power. Hmm. So I'm trying to remember. I know we've talked about this a million times.
No worries,
And I'm
man.
not- I'm not-
Ask all the questions you need to ask. No problem.
You
Our
don't
games
have
are
to answer. I'm kind of
complicated.
I'm thinking out loud. So 3 mana for 2 cards. If I remember correctly, I think that's like the standard.
That's above rate.
Okay, that's above. Okay.
That is 1 mana. That's 1 mana better than normal rate.
Yeah. I don't know. It seems like good, but I know it's got to be bait, right? Like you had to have put that in here to bait me into picking Mole Drifter. Or maybe it's like reverse bait where Mole Drifter actually is the staple.
Solitude can
All right,
be
hold on.
completely free. There are ways to make Mole Drifter only cost 1 blue for the evoke. I'll say that too.
Okay, so yeah, Solitude, you can just dunk him onto the field basically.
Yeah.
Just exile a white and then get
Obviously,
him
he'll.
there.
It dies immediately, so it's sacrificed when it comes into play, is the second line of evoke. So it'll come into play, exile something, gain the opponent some life, and then immediately die if you evoke it.
But you still get to pop the creature, right? Like that first effect for
Yeah,
Solitude.
it enters, pops the creature, and then dies.
And your opponent gets some life. Or I mean, you could take the life yourself, I guess,
If you
that's
blow
the
up
kind
your
of thing
own
you're
creature, yeah. You could blow up your own creature to gain some life if you want.
you're into that type of thing. I guess you could do that, but
I would say there have been some instances where it's mattered, but I don't think any of those would ever be on the Pro Tour.
yeah. That'd be some pretty like high tech stuff going on if people were doing that.
Well, let's say you came up against like a really aggro deck and they threw a burn spell at you and they targeted your face and it was gonna kill you. You could like solitude your own creature, gain enough life to survive the burn spell,
Get them on the crackback, yeah.
and get them on
you
the
can see
crackback.
that. Okay, so with Flash, can you do the evoke as a flash?
Correct,
Like as a quick
yes.
effect? I do like that part a lot, actually. Because it's like now it's like disruption during your opponent's turn, potentially. I don't think the lifelink uber matters. So I'm not gonna like analyze that too much. Like maybe it's like a thing that's decent, but I don't think it's like the crux of this card. I don't think it's the main thing I'm supposed to be looking at.
Okay.
So Mole Drifter, huh? I do like myself a Mole Drifter here.
I mean, he's got flying, man, and he draws you 2 cards.
So like if I know anything about the Yu-Gi-Oh meta, well, I mean obviously you like drawing cards in Yu-Gi-Oh, but like the name of the game is disruption, right? Like getting stuff you can interrupt your opponent's turns with, interrupt their plays. And so Solitude does that thing.
Well, but Mole Drifter puts cards into your hand in order to interact, you know?
Yes. Yes, I suppose so.
Solitude is at best a -1. It can even be a -2.
I really like that it exiles the other creature. That's like the thing that's really catching me on Solitude right now. The fact that it exiles.
Yeah, in our game, that essentially means it's gone. It's never coming back.
Yeah. So like on a quick effect, you can exile something.
And it costs you no mana.
Yeah. Cause you 2 cards in your hand, basically.
Yep.
Is the way I'm thinking about it. Discard 2, kill a guy forever. Your opponent gets life, but like it's whatever. And I mean, you don't have to do that either. Like you could pay the 5. I don't know if you would. I mean,
a 5 mana
5 mana
3/2
for a
with
3/2.
lifelink is actually pretty awful. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
But a 5 mana
5 mana
2/2 with flying is also pretty awful. So
yeah, we're mainly looking at the evoke stuff here, right? That's kind
yeah,
of the-
these two cards
The
I
other
would
stuff
say
is
are
there,
almost
but it's
always,
like-
if not always, played for their evoke costs.
Yeah. Okay, so now I got to think about this. Between white and blue, which one is more likely to be more ubiquitous?
Blue gets played in more decks. White always has a place in the meta.
Well, 'cause you don't actually. Well, no, you do need another white card, right?
Yep.
So maybe that's kind of a bummer.
It
If you're
can
not-
be. There's a lot of cards that are white and another color, and those would also count. So it's a lot easier of a cost to pay than you might think.
Fair. I mean, just look at that art on Mold Drifter, though. Isn't he just like such a chill dude?
He is, man.
Look at that.
There's another art for him. I should show you.
He's just vibing, man. He's just doing his thing there.
There it is.
Yeah, he's doing his thing.
He's just a gooby guy.
Yeah. He's living his best life.
Ew, that's some AI garbage. This is good though. This is one of the secret layers. So what do you think?
I think what do I think?
Go +1 a card, or some removal and -1, or yeah, -1 a card.
I could be wrong. I feel like in our removal episode, we did see some like really cool removal that can do some cool stuff. Mm-hmm. That is maybe this sort of fits in the power level with some of those.
For
I
the
don't know.
mana
I got a
cost
lot.
for definitely free, I would say yeah. It
Yeah.
definitely it sits in like the category of good removal for sure.
I could be wrong, but I gotta pick my chill dude, the Mold Drifter. Like,
You gonna take them cards?
Yeah, how can you not pick that little guy? Like, he just he wants to give you them cards.
So are you just taking this because he's a little goofy guy?
Well, see, I feel like you're baiting me because like you want me to pick the 2 cards, but I'm gonna play into it. I'm gonna take the bait,
You're
and
gonna
it's
take
like
the 2
extra
cards?
bait too because it's like a fish, and you use bait to catch fish. So I'm thinking like there's some layers of this to why you picked this.
Yeah, bro, you walked right into it, man. I'm like, what, dude? You knew. I know you knew it was Solitude.
You had to pick the Mold Drifter though. You had to take the bait.
Oh my
You had to
god.
do it.
Yeah, no. Mold Drifter is honestly Mold Drifter's bad. There was a little while where Mold Drifter was really good for like 15 minutes and then very rapidly became awful because people realized that it's always getting played at sorcery speed, and if you do anything to make it cost more mana, it's immediately just like not a card that exists.
Don't talk about my Mold Drifter like that.
Don't talk about my gooby boy. No, Solitude is probably the best piece of removal in current Modern. by itself, it makes certain decks that essentially don't have removal. It gives those decks a whole, like, you'll run 4 copies of Solitude so that you can draw 2 of them and just exile a Solitude to cast another Solitude. And that's usually, like, the best thing you can do in a lot of decks that don't have a good top end.
Yep. Yeah, I totally agree. Like, I see its value for sure.
And then there is one more card. I've shown you this before, so I wasn't going to show you it again, but Not Dead Yet.
Oh, have you showed me this one before?
Yeah, you can ignore the Wicked Roll part, but when this creature dies, return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. It only costs 1 black. So you evoke Solitude, and before the Solitude gets sacrificed, while it's asking to be sacrificed, was like, hey, kill me. In response to that, you give it Not Dead Yet for 1 black mana, and then Solitude will come back and remove another creature. And then that time, because he wasn't evoked, he'll stick around too. So you'll get a 3/2 body for 1 mana.
Even without all that, though, like, you can see how he's good. How he could be ubiquitous.
Yeah, even without shenanigans, this card's just crazy. Yeah, no, I knew Moldrifter would either get you or like you'd learn your lesson from Mask of Memory, and you'd be like, no Moldrifter.
It's for the content, though. Like, you have to take the 2 cards, right?
That's completely fair. All right, here we go. We're into the big boys now.
Creature Beast, Woodland Bellower. When Woodland Bellower enters the battlefield, you may search your library for a non-legendary green creature with converted mana cost 3 or less. Okay. And then put it onto the battlefield. So when you put it onto the battlefield, that's different from casting it, or is that how does that work again?
So when it enters, you grab 2 creatures that each cost 3 or less, and then they just go into play. They don't get cast; they just go straight into play.
Yeah.
But if they have an effect like this, where it says enters the battlefield, those will trigger.
Okay. So 6 mana, 6/5, you get to just dunk out another creature that has 3 or less mana, basically.
Yeah.
From your deck. And then Kappa Cannoneer, 6 mana, 4/4, kind of stinky. Artifact creature. Do I know what that is?
So an artifact creature is just a creature that's kind of easier to remove than normal creatures, to be honest with you.
Each artifact you tap after you're done activating mana. Okay.
So basically, you can pay 1 blue and then tap 5 artifacts in order to play this guy.
Makes sense. And what is ward?
If you want to target him with something as an enemy, if you want to target him with anything, you have to pay 4 mana or it gets countered.
Okay.
So it's really good protection.
Some nice built-in protection. Whenever an artifact enters the battlefield under your control, put a 1/1 on this dude. And it can't be blocked. So like you're clearly going for some kind of like artifact setup with this guy. So like here's the thing with Woodland Bellower, right? What if there's like some really good stuff in the game? Some really good greens, some green creatures that you can just grab with this guy. Maybe some nice win conditions.
I will say Woodland Bellower is 3 mana green creature. So green creatures will always be better than the curve. So you see it's a 6 mana 6/5, but it grabs 2 more bodies. That is how good creatures usually are in terms of curve for green. So like you can imagine that even in the 3-cost range, there's going to be some shit that really punches above its weight.
Yeah. Kappa Cannoneer, huh? Some protection, a 4/4.
And it gets bigger and
gets
is
big.
hard as hell to block.
Uh, hmm. Okay, so you can tap a bunch of artifacts and make him really cheap
Yep.
there. But those artifacts don't count towards his counter thing.
Nope.
I don't know, I'm not feeling the Kappa Cannoneer. I can't put my finger on it. I'm not feeling him. Or am I? I mean, he does have protection. He can get pretty big. Yeah, I don't know though. Like maybe Woodland Bellower isn't the thing that you need to do. It feels like it'd be good for like a combo deck type thing, right? Just getting the stuff you need from your deck. It's like a nice like toolbox card. Like you can just use your deck as a toolbox, get whatever you need. Maybe that doesn't super matter.
So I suppose the question is, how much do you value a discountable, protectable body versus a possible instant game win? Because I will say, oftentimes, if you're getting a 6 mana green creature into play that grabs 2 things from the deck, you're probably going to win right away or close to right away.
Yeah, you're gonna try to push for game. Yeah, I mean, I don't know like how important protection is or like how common it is, to be
I would
honest with
say
you.
Ward 4 is like hyper premium. That's like that this specific piece of protection right here, like maybe 1 in 1,000 cards has Ward 4. This basically says this creature can only be targeted by the person who played it. Ward 4 is such a high cost, no one's ever paying it.
Mm-hmm. And he's hard to block, and he gets bigger. Yes. I don't know. I think, like, I don't know enough about the game to know what kind of green creatures there are. Like, you got to imagine there's enough things that are good enough that maybe Woodland Bellower is like pretty good. Is that
I
true?
don't think either of these cards. I'll say right now, neither of these cards is bad. One of these cards just doesn't see play. I've shown you a lot of blue cards today too. There's just so much blue in our game.
So when he says he can't be blocked, that means if I target my opponent as an attack target, that's just, like, I can just do that?
It's just going to happen. When you go to your combat step, this creature cannot be blocked, so you declare it as an attacker attacking your enemy. You pass to their blocker step, they grab a tissue and cry and sniffle up their little boogery snot, and then they take 5 damage the first time, 6 damage the second time, 7 damage the third time.
Okay, so I'm going to bring, because you asked this question earlier, and now I'm going to ask it of these two. Which of these is easier to build around? And I think the answer is, pretty clearly the Kappa Cannoneer.
Okay.
Like, you can just build around him with an artifact setup. And so maybe like from that perspective.
I'd say that's probably true, especially since Woodland Bellower can't grab legendaries and can only grab green creatures.
Yeah. I really do like the look of Woodland Bellower, I have to say. But
it is some of my favorite art.
Yeah. I don't know. I gotta say Kappa Cannoneer. I'm gonna lock it in just because of the fact that you can build around it, make him super cheap.
You're totally right.
Potentially.
You're totally right.
Yep.
Yeah, Woodland Bellower. So I cheated a little bit. There was a very short period of time where Woodland Bellower was 11% of the meta, but Woodland Bellower was immediately hard countered by the existence of a little known trick that everyone knows and it's really popular and everyone plays it, called counter spells. The sad thing about Woodland Bellower is unless you're cheating him into play with like a souped up Aether Vial effect, he's basically just like never happening. He's just never going to do his thing. He costs 6 mana, so your opponent's always going to see him coming. He's only a 6/5 with no protection, so he comes into play. Let's say your combo cares about him having 6 power, for example. Like, you're going to destroy him and deal 3 times his power to the enemy health, for example. That was one combo, was basically to kill him and deal his power to the enemy 3 times, and that would be 18 damage. You can't do that if your opponent blows it up right away, right? So essentially any on the stack interaction made Woodland Bellower combos fall apart, even though for a very short period of time, people that didn't have enough money to pay for like good decks would pay for a Woodland Bellower deck and get like a decent result at a low level like local tournament. This card never saw good meta play.
Yeah. It is a cool effect, though, being able to just grab whatever green creature you need.
Yep.
But yeah.
Absolutely. Kappa Cannoneer is the benefactor of something that a lot of people consider pretty controversial. So 0 mana artifacts. There are a unbelievable number of artifacts that you can play that cost literally 0 mana.
Wow. That's like against the core concept of the game of Magic.
I completely agree. Dude, like, no kidding. Like, Mox Opal, this right here, this card, single-handedly, read what this does. It is fucking crazy. It's so powerful.
You have to add a mana of any color. Only if you control 3 or more. Okay, I mean, yeah, you just play a bunch of stuff that costs 0 and then you use this.
Yeah, well, let's say you play a Mox Amber, right? You play a Mox Amber, you play a Memory Jar, and you play Mox Opal. Those all costed you 0 mana, right?
Yeah.
Turn 1, 0 mana. You pay, and then let's say you also play Mox Diamond. This generates 1 mana, and this generates 1 mana, right? And now you have 5 artifacts in play. You tap all 5 of your artifacts, and then you and then you play your blue land and tap it, and you just got Kappa Cannoneer on turn 1.
There you go.
So Kappa Cannoneer ends up in this really obnoxious niche of, if you get the right hand, he's just going to steamroll you. You are literally, like, if your opponent gets the right hand, you're just going to stare at this blue motherfucker killing you turn after turn after turn. Because Ward 4 makes him basically unremovable until turn 4 comes around, and you have either enough mana to pay for the ward, or the ability to kill him with non-targeted removal. And by then, he's probably already like a 14-14 bludgeoning your face in because they played 15 0-mana artifacts after they played him. Sorry. Kappa Cannoneer is a very powerful card, and I believe that this is one of the this itself is not the problem, but this points out one of the fundamental problems with 0-mana artifacts. 0-mana artifacts are too strong, and they should universally be banned in all formats, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, because this guy is obviously a huge benefactor of that.
Yeah, no, you knocked it out of the park. Improvise, you saw that Improvise was really good. You saw how like you immediately started valuing the protection, and then like I think you really locked in when you realized that getting bigger and being unblockable is super obnoxious.
Yeah, because I was almost starting to think too, like if you're going to push for a game, the Cannoneer might actually be better than Woodland Bellower because your opponent's not going to out it. And you can just...
And even if they did out it, it only costed you 1 fucking mana.
Yeah, right.
So why do you care? Just play the next one that you definitely have. Oh, and here's another thing, too. If your opponent ever gets 2 Kappa Cannoneers into play, you have lost the game, by the way.
Why?
So basically, your opponent plays the 2 Kappa Cannoneers, right? Like, let's say turn 1, they get Kappa Cannoneer A out, right? Turn B, or turn 2, they get Kappa Cannoneer B out, right? Now they have 2 Kappa Cannoneers. They're both 4/4s that with Ward 4, right? They play 2 0-cost artifacts. Now they're both 6/6s with unblockable and Ward 4. They do 12 damage on turn 2. After doing 4 damage on turn 1, that's 16 damage.
Oh, yeah.
If they have any burn spell that deals 4 damage, and there are a lot of them, if they play any of those burn spells, you just immediately lose the game. Like it puts you so low at turn 2 that oftentimes like you're never coming back. It ends up making a blue aggro strategy that's really, really hard to stop.
So really, like, the unblockable part is really the crux of it. Or, I mean, and also the fact that you can make it cheaper, I guess.
So the fact that, like, imagine in Yu-Gi-Oh! If a monster just said this can attack directly, but it also had a bunch of other good shit stacked on top of it.
Yeah.
That wasn't even, like, the good part.
Yep.
So, like, yeah, no, that honestly just drives it home. That part being on there is what takes your opponent's hope away. All right, let's head to the last pair. The final showdown.
Well, that's some cool art. Both of them, actually.
Altenac, I think, is my favorite art of all time. Yeah. And I think
that's what I was looking at.
Murktide Regent is like top 10 dragons ever, for sure. Because like the feathery wings are so cool.
They're actually both like very Souls-like, aren't they? A little bit.
Just really admire these arts real quick.
Yeah, no, those are.
But yeah, sorry.
Feathery dragon.
I love dragons with feathers.
He's got like tusks too. That's kind of cool.
Oh yeah, his underbite is sweet.
Yeah.
I think for me, that's actually what defines a cool dragon is having a good like maw structure. Because most of the dragons in fiction kind of have the same like triangular maw.
Mm-hmm.
And this is like a really interesting like aquatic theme.
He has like that Giga Chad chin too.
And I will say, in the lore, the Murktide Regent breathes steam. Yeah.
I assume very hot steam.
Yeah, it like I don't know if you've ever opened a steam oven while standing right in front of it. That shit will peel your skin right off of your body.
Yeah.
But yeah, Murktide Regent versus Altenac the Thrice Called. The final showdown. Let's
7 mana, 9/9, huh? Wow.
with
Okay,
trample.
so trample, I could be wrong, but isn't trample like if you kill a creature with this, any excess damage goes elsewhere? Is that how that works?
So technically, it doesn't have to kill the creature. So what trample says, trample has a very specific wording, and I think this will help. Trample says the attacking creature needs to assign only lethal damage to the blocking creature. Remaining damage is assignable to other targets. So what that means is, let's say you have trample and death touch on the same creature, you only need to assign 1 damage to the blocker.
Okay.
Because lethal damage is always 1 with death touch. So for, let's say Altanak gets blocked by a creature that has 3 toughness and 1 power or whatever, you can attack, assign 3 damage to the creature so that it kills it at 3, and then the remaining 6 damage can get assigned to the enemy face.
Mm-hmm. Can the opponent block like again?
So blocks are all declared at once. So you declare all your attackers at once. It's like, I want to attack with these creatures. They're all going to go for your face because that's the only place you can choose to attack. You choose all of your attackers at once, and then your opponent chooses all their blockers at once. There's like a couple of rounds of opportunity to like do instant speed stuff, and then damage happens.
Okay, so this guy, like if your opponent declares like 3 attackers that are all, let's say 3 toughness, this guy would just plow through all of them?
So yeah, let's say your opponent blocks with 3 creatures that are all 3 toughness and have like 1 power, so they aren't strong enough to kill him. You could assign 3 damage to each of them and they would all die.
Yep. Pretty decent.
I would say a
we've-
9/9 trample for 7 mana is giga premium.
Yeah. I know we have seen stuff like stronger than 9/9, but I feel like that stuff has been slightly more expensive, and maybe it didn't have trample, and maybe it didn't have the next sentence too.
Well, I mean, like, look at this: 6 mana for a 6/5.
Yeah.
Like trample
Yeah, quite a lot
9/9
more.
for 1 more.
Okay, so whenever he becomes the target of a spell or ability, you get to draw a card.
Only if an opponent
That's-
controls it.
Oh, okay, yeah, so you can't self-proc it. Okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's like kind of protection, not really protection, but like it disincentivizes your opponent from using stuff. Not that they're going to like shy away from outing it just because you're going to get a card.
I would actually say that that's also pretty premium protection.
Yeah.
Giving
'cause I
your
know we've
opponent a
seen,
card is usually a game, like giving up like a game. Even in Yu-Gi-Oh, like I understand that 1 card in Yu-Gi-Oh is like giga broken, but even in Magic, like giving your opponent 1 or 2 cards can just lose you the game straight up.
Yeah, because I know we have seen some removal where it's like, oh, deal 3 damage to a creature. Okay,
Yep.
well now you need to use that like 3 times on this thing, and now I have a million cards in my hand.
Yep,
So,
your
okay.
opponent's up 3 cards.
Yep. Okay, and then you can also pay some mana to discard the dude, and then return the target land card from the graveyard to the battlefield tapped.
So you while he's in your hand, if you can't afford him for a while, if it's like going to be a bunch of turns before you can play him, you can just pay 2, throw him away, and get a land out of the graveyard into play.
Okay.
And
That seems like pretty reasonable.
I was thinking you would read Murktide first, but I got to show you this. It's important to see this card in order to understand Altanak as like a thing.
Mill 3 cards and you may return a creature.
Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so this just does the thing, so to speak.
This is the engine that allows you to get Altanak out into play really, like, genuinely very cheap.
Okay, and so Eltonek mills himself by his own effect, right?
Yep, you can discard
And
him in order to get this effect going.
yep,
Or he can just be in your deck, because
he could
and
also
or
be, yeah,
library
sure.
includes the deck.
But also, you're not necessarily unhappy if you draw him because you can just put him into the grave anyway.
Well,
and
you
get a
can
little
play
bit of
him. You can
value.
also play him from the hand with this. You can play him from literally anywhere except
Yeah,
for
yeah,
exile.
you could. Yeah. Okay, that's some perspective to think about.
One thing I'll just remind you, because you're exiling this card and two others with the same name, this is essentially a guaranteed only once per game. You are never able to do this twice in a game.
Right.
Unless you somehow create copies of this spell, which is very tough. That is so hard to do. Alright. Proceed.
Okay. Let's look at Murktide.
Indeed.
Each card you exile from your graveyard while casting this spell pays for 1. So he could be... Oh, okay, so when it says pay for 1, that just means pays for a colorless?
Yes.
Or...
It's like improvise, but instead of tapping artifacts, you exile cards from the graveyard.
So at minimum, you could cast him for 2 blue.
Correct.
With flying, makes sense. Okay, so when he enters... 3/3 is kind of crusty. I just realized, but okay.
You'll
So he
change your mind.
enters- So he enters with a 1/1 counter
No.
for each instant. Oh,
Yeah.
oh, okay. Okay.
So theoretically, he can be an 8/8 for 2 blue mana.
And then he just keeps getting bigger. Okay.
And then he will keep getting bigger if you find more ways to exile cards from the graveyard.
So do I want the super big guy who's super cheap? Or do I want Altenek, who is, you know, if you have an engine based around him, is also somewhat easy to get sometimes, maybe?
So
who has
with
trample.
the right setup, you can get Altenak into play on turn 3 for 2 mana. Because turn 1, you play a Mox, or you play a card that generates 1 green mana, and you play a land. You cast Say Its Name for 1 mana. You mill 3 and get a land from graveyard to hand. Turn 2, you play a second land, tap for 2, play Say Its Name again. And then on turn 3, you play a third Say Its Name. You get Altenak for free as a result. After this goes to graveyard, you exile all 3, and then get Altenak for free. So by the end of turn 3, you will have 9 cards in your graveyard, because these will exile, so they don't count towards it. So you'll have 9 cards in your graveyard, a 9/9 with trample, and a really decent self-protection effect.
Yeah, so it's funny, because these are both really good in mill decks, aren't they?
I wanted to pick two. I wanted this last pick to be very comparable. I wanted these two to very much be comparable, and I wanted like the differences between them to be very important. So like whatever's different between them that you see, I'd really like latch on to the differences.
So, okay, with Delve, you can actually exile as much as you want, right?
Yes.
So...
but you can only delve up to the number of colorless. You can't delve extra, so you can't like delve 10 to make
okay.
You can only delve 5 cards away, so you'd be able to make him cost 2 blue. But you wouldn't be able to just keep going after that. I will say, if you play a second Regent and you exile 5 more cards, the first Regent will get bigger because those cards are leaving the graveyard.
Fair. I do like the little protection that Eltonek has as well. You know, that's the one thing that maybe Murktide doesn't have going for it.
I think it's a wonderful
lot
bit
of
of protection, genuinely. If it was like, they could just change the name of it to say Ward draw, you draw a card. Ward, your opponent draws a card.
Right.
That it would be the same exact effect, but it's just so good. I'm sorry?
Yeah, no, I'm just sort of thinking. Yeah,
No,
so
you're good.
differences. I don't think the in-hand effect is like too much to write home about of Eltonek, to be honest with you.
Really? Okay.
Because it enters your battlefield tapped. Um, costs 2 mana. I mean, no, I guess that's okay.
I'd say generally, unless you drew him too early, you're never doing that. You're only doing that if you drew him too early and you need, like, say its name to get played twice next turn instead of just once.
Right. Yeah, it's tough to say. It really is. You know, maybe Murktide is like slightly easier to get out just generically. So maybe that's like one consideration to think about if we're thinking about, you know, is it in the meta? Like how much of the meta does it take up? With Eltonek, it seems like you kind of do need like a specific setup in mind. But maybe that setup is good enough that it's a staple.
Just for like a general trend thing, I don't want to reveal too much, but in Magic, we have way less tutors. It's like we have way less ways of just like going into the deck and putting something straight into our hand.
Yep.
So getting all 3 copies of Say Its Name isn't the most consistent thing in the world.
Right. I mean, Murktide is just like really cheap, right? A really cheap big guy. Like how can you argue with that?
A really cheap big guy that keeps getting bigger.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just gonna say, All right, fine. We're gonna lock in Eltonek.
You're going for the tiebreaker on Altenac. You're going with the legendary creature insect beast, the thrice called.
Yeah.
What makes you lean towards Altenac over Murktide? Like, what's the last straw for you?
Just the fact that he has cards built around him already. The fact that he has trample. 9/9. It seems like relatively easy to push for a game with this type thing. It has a little bit of built-in protection. I think Mill decks would like this type of thing, would love this type of thing. So, but also Mill decks like Murktide as well, so that's kind of not a good reason. But yeah, I don't know. Lock them in.
Okay, so the history of Altenac the Thrice Called. Altenac came out in, I believe, based on the butterfly symbol, I want to say that's 2021. In the year that Altenac came out, they immediately released Say Its Name. They actually came out hilariously in like not the exact same set. It was like Altenac came out one set before Say Its Name came out. Altenac is unplayable.
Bummer.
There have been okay. So hold on, I gotta phrase this correctly. I'm wrong about that. Altenac is not unplayable. Altenac needs a different meta. The current meta and the meta that's existed for like a very long time favors the existence of like good, strong, like quick removal and like rapidly ending the game through damage output or through getting your opponent to make like a massive misplay and just like keeping the board entirely empty on their side. Altenac requires you to start with 3 copies of a card in hand or at bare minimum 1 copy of that card in hand and 1 way to get another copy of that card in your hand. Otherwise, Altenac is literally just like a dead card in your deck. However, the deck that does play Altenac, it has about 4% of the meta right now. It will get better. It's going to get stronger because they're going to be adding tutors that are going to make it easier to get Say Its Name into your hand. So we will see if Altenac becomes much stronger, but as it sits, Altenac makes up less than 2% of the current meta and sees essentially no play at high-level tables. He does have one very interesting purpose. Do you know what a Gatekeeper deck is?
I don't think so, but maybe I do.
Essentially, it's like the strongest deck in a low tier. So Altenac is currently the most powerful deck in like tier 3. If your deck can beat Altenac, like beat the Altenac Say Its Name deck consistently, then your deck is probably able to go into the meta to some proficiency.
Okay, yeah, I'm familiar with this concept, yeah.
Yeah, we call them Gatekeeper decks. Some people call them meta checks. But either way, these decks are like, they're never considered like the best decks. They're very rarely considered the best decks. But like when they get powerful, they fly up in the meta. And I'm genuinely concerned that Altenac is going to get way better soon. While Murktide Regent is one of the most powerful cards in Modern ever, but is rapidly falling off.
Why is that?
Murktide Regent has no protection. He only costs 2 blue mana. Basically, you can ignore this 5 mana cost entirely. Yeah. You are never paying any more than 2 blue for this guy. And everything you're exiling is going to be an instant end of sorcery. He's going to come out as an 8/8 99% of the time. Occasionally, like very rarely, you'll pay 3 mana and he'll come out as a 7/7. Like that's kind of the worst case scenario for him. The problem, he has no protection. Altenac has a form of protection where you're giving your opponent a card. Murktide Regent lacks protection. And because he lacks protection, as the meta is evolving, any amount of like toughness on a creature that needs to wait to get bigger, because like it enters and then the counters go onto it, right? So for a little while, until you're able to get this second ability to trigger, it's stuck at the size it came in at. So like if you play it as an 8/8 or whatever, it's stuck as an 8/8. And there are ways to like 1 for 2 that. Like you can use 2 cards to get rid of this. And that doesn't sound great, but because it has no protection, or like you can even like, and that's like the worst form of removal. Sorry, I'm speaking a little funny there for a second, but that would be like the worst way to get rid of it. Would be a 1 for 2. You know, it would be like do 4 damage to it twice. The best ways to remove it are like just exile the motherfucker, just solitude it out of existence. Just anything that causes your opponent to sacrifice a creature will get rid of this thing immediately. Inevitably, Murktide Regent's presence in the meta has like slowly gone down, but even to this day, even with its meta presence going down, do you want to guess the lowest point of Murktide Regent's meta percentage?
I just had no idea. I'll say...
I'll tell you its peak. At its peak, it was 22% of the meta.
Holy.
Yeah, and 4 copies.
I guess I'll say maybe it went like as low as 15%. I don't know.
You nailed it. That's literally on the nose, dude.
Really?
Yeah. There's no card that's been this powerful and this dominant that's dropped as much of a percent as Murktide Regent. There's one other card that I'll tell you about later on that has a 6% drop in meta relevance right now, but it's probably going to come back in strength later as certain stuff gets banned. I don't think the stuff that helps Murktide, the stuff that stops Murktide Regent is ever going to get banned. And I do know for a fact they're going to a lot of the stuff that got printed in the new current set that we're playing right now in Standard helps Altenac a lot. And there's a lot of stuff that's going to be coming out soon that's going to help Altenac even more. So inevitably, I believe Altenac will probably be like a 15%er deck, maybe like 15% of the meta. But right now, it's only 2%.
Yep. Yeah. Ultimately, I think it was like the protection was kind of what.
And that, like I said, this is turbo premium protection. Like, no joke, your opponent's basically never going to get rid of it unless they have a non-targeted way.
Right.
As long as it's a targeted effect, it's just not getting used on him.
Which, of course, there are like non-targeting removals, so that's kind of, it could be a moot point.
It does exist. I will say, in our game, non-targeting removal is usually expensive.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of our non-targeting removal costs a lot of mana. All right. Yeah. So in this game, unfortunately, this is the first time you've actually lost the game.
No.
4 misses and 3 hits. I can't believe it. You know what, though? I'm actually just going to call it a neutral because you knew Mole Drifter was not the answer. You knew better. You were going to pick Solitude, but you had to follow the 2-card meme.
Well, man, my little Mole Drifter.
Yeah, no, but I'll call this one a draw because you knew better. You just picked Mole Drifter because he drew those 2 cards, and he's a little guy. But yeah, no.
Definitely biggest surprise for me on this one was that volcanic, whatever it was called.
Altenac?
No, the red that lets you like shuffle your hand back, whatever it was called.
Valakut, yeah.
Yeah, Valakut. This one definitely the biggest surprise for me.
If I could if you could guess what percentage of the meta runs this deck, what percent do you think it would be?
I mean, that's hard to say, right? Maybe it's going to be something crazy.
I'd say like 10% of meta is pretty strong, is like very powerful.
All right, let's put this one at 20 then.
Yep. No, that's pretty much dead on. It's 18%. Yeah, this card is in 18% of the current meta because it's a red land and it has a good upside on the front. That's literally like like between it being a land and the fact that it is a like inbuilt self-replacement card that allows you to basically pick what kind of hand you have, it ends up being really good. Yep.
I think it's funny how like in this context we say like 20% usage in this kind of thing is really high. And then meanwhile in Yu-Gi-Oh! Like Maxi has literally 99% usage.
There are cards, in our game, there are cards that see like genuinely stupid amounts of play. Like there, for example, there's a red and blue land called Steam Vents. Because it is a land that is both red and blue, which are 2 of the best colors in Modern, and it is a land that can enter untapped, so you can immediately choose to tap it for a red or a blue. That land is $55 fucking dollars and is 46% of the meta.
Holy.
Yeah. Even decks that only run red or blue will sometimes run that land just to have another, like, tutorable copy of a land that gives them their color untapped in play. That Mox, I showed you Mox Opal, right?
Yeah, the one that like gives you mana, the 0 cost thing.
I gotta show you this. Current meta presence for Mox Opal is 66%. That's right now. That is right now. That's not the peak. Peak was 92. Nope. Actually, okay. For 1 week at the beginning of 2025 this year, it was in 100% of all known Modern decks.
Wait, what? Say that again?
At the beginning of the year, in 2025, Mox Opal was in 100% of all listed decks in the modern format.
Oh my gosh.
It costs $230 per copy, and the average number of copies per deck is 4, which means that every single person who's running, who like lists this card as being in their deck, is running 4 of it.
Crazy.
Yeah, no, we do have like
Totally
those
not
ones that are like
family, though, right?
statistical freaks, like Maxi for sure. We have our own Maxi, and it's Mox Opal.
Yeah. I just don't get how they can see like Maxi literally having like 99% usage rate on like Master Duel, for example, and then being like, yeah, that card's chill. That card can stay.
And like, and they don't change it. They haven't banned it. They could at least nerf the motherfucker to 3 cards per turn.
No, man, it has to stay the way it is at 99% usage rate.
All right, so I am ready to start
Okay.
on the Yu-Gi-Oh side of things. If you are ready to switch over.
I am ready to switch gears.
All right, so is this a good order?
Yeah, the order's fine because this one is going to be a little bit different. I thought I would try something a little bit different, maybe a little bit weirder. I don't know how well it's going to work.
Okay.
So actually, all of these cards here are currently on the ban list. They are
Interesting.
currently forbidden to 0. And so what I'm going to ask of you is to, kind of read through these cards as usual. And I would like you to try to pick out 7 of them. There's 10 cards in here. Pick out 7 of them that you think are, maybe powerful, but maybe not powerful enough that they could be unbanned. And then you have to choose 3 that are going to remain banned forever.
Okay. Interesting.
So I don't know how well this is going to work out, but obviously it's like a little subjective, like, there's some here and there, but I did try to make sure to have 3 in here that are like head and shoulders above, like, insanely broken.
Okay.
And so we'll see if you can kind of pick those out. And
So we will get out the gate here then. I'm going to try to figure out which ones I will never allow you to unban. I am the final arbiter of Yu-Gi-Oh! Justice. I know everything about your game, and I get to decide for all of history what 7 cards are coming back because the bros need them, and what 3 cards are never seeing the light of day again because they can go fuck themselves.
this is actually like Konami is listening to the stream right now.
Yeah,
and,
no,
like,
I have
whatever you
Konami
say
in
is-
Discord. Like, you can't see
Yep.
it because it's hidden, but he's in the Discord. The Konami guy is in Discord listening
Yeah.
right now.
John Konami is here, and whatever you say, he will
Konami
implement.
Bowser. All right, here we go. Borreload Savage Dragon, or Borreload Savage Dragon, depending on what country you're from. Level 8 Synchro is pretty tough. 1 tuner, 1 non-tuner. Okay, that makes it a lot easier. It's just the standard. It's just the standard Synchro summon. If this card is Synchro summoned, you can equip 1 link from your graveyard to this card, and if you do, place 1 link monster from your graveyard to this card. Am I misunderstanding? I thought link monsters were extra deck.
They are, but obviously, like if you summon them from your extra deck and then they go to your grave, then
Okay,
you
got
can
it.
do this.
So this is
But yeah, you
so.
can.
Let's say, for example, your non-tuner monster is your link monster.
Link monsters you cannot use as synchro material,
Understood.
so
Okay,
you
got it.
would have to get it to the graveyard in a different way.
I thought I was immediately detecting broken bullshit.
I mean, just in fairness, like to be super clear, all these cards are currently on the ban list.
Yeah, no,
So,
I know that.
They are going to be at a pretty high power level.
I had my antennas up a little too high for that one.
Yeah, yeah.
You can equip 1 link monster from your graveyard to this card, and if you do, place son of a bitch, it's counters. Place Boral counters on this card equal to that link monster's link rating. So on
So are you
average,
familiar
you're going to
with
be getting
link
3
rating?
counters.
Say that again.
So on average, you're probably getting about 3 counters.
Yeah. If you have a link 3, you're going to get 3 counters. Link 2, you would get 2 counters, obviously.
Yeah.
The more counters, the better. So typically, if you're going to set this guy up, you're going to want to do a little bit of a higher link rating most of the time.
All right, this card gains attack equal to half the attack of the monster equipped to it by its effect. Oh my god, that's really good. When your opponent activates a card or effect, you can remove quick effect, you can remove one Boral counter from this card, negate the... I see why this is banned.
Yeah.
You can only use this effect hard once per turn for the quick effect, but you can still use it once on your turn and once on your opponent's turn. So this is essentially like secures your combo going through to the end of the turn and nails down your opponent's combo on their turn. And you can play it very easily as a 4,000 attack monster. I see why this is banned.
Yeah.
I think it's just a cool dude.
He's just a cool dude, man.
I think this is a cool guy, and I want him back. I'm putting him on my unban list. And you know why? You know why? Because I think it's actually a good thing for you to have to invest. So this is very clear. Okay, so you link something out. You're usually down one resource that way. You synchro something out. You're usually down a second resource. As long as you're playing by like typical Yu-Gi-Oh gameplay rhythm. You link the thing out, you go down one card, you synchro out Borreload, you basically go down another card, depending on what shenanigans you're pulling. And you get Borreload into play, assuming you put him on like a 2,000 attack point link monster on him. You're now 50%ing your opponent each turn, so in 2 turns they're dead. This is a guaranteed turn timer in that way. And then additionally, because you're negating effects, I've always loved on-board interactivity over in-hand interactivity. If you see how many counters are on the stupid dragon, you know how many no-go points the enemy has on their stupid dragon. So it's not a secret, it's not a surprise. You know when they can do it, once per turn, hard once per turn. So if you can bait them into using it on a negation that's not as like combo, like not as necessary to your combo, you can still play around it. So there's counterplay here. There's an investment required to get it into play. I want it unbanned.
How do you want to do this? Do you want to just, as we go through, you decide, or do you want to go through them all and then double check at the end?
I am going to add them to my little list here. And then at the end, I'm going to go through again and I'm going to be like, okay, well, I changed my mind on this.
Okay, sounds good. So for now, I'll also note it on mine.
But for now, I think BSD goes in my unban it list.
Sounds good. Okay.
All right, now Butterfly Dagger Elma. Remind me what the plus sign is. Is that continuous?
That is equip.
Equip. Okay. The equipped monster gains 300 attack. When this card is destroyed and sent to the graveyard while equipped, you can return this card to the hand. Wait, what? This is banned?
It is banned, yes.
The equipped monster gains 300 attack. When this card is destroyed and sent to the graveyard while equipped, you can return this card to the hand.
So,
isn't this just maybe bad?
Well, what do you think? I mean, hold on. Maybe I can give you
attack points that you can replay every turn. Whoop-de goddamn doodah.
I will tell you this. If you would like, could you look up a card called Gearfried the Iron Knight and read that card real quick? So like Gear Freed the Iron Knight. Give that card a quick read.
Okay, let's see here. When an equipped spell card is equipped to this card, destroy the equipped spell card.
Okay.
So you equip it to him, it gets destroyed, it goes back to your hand, you equip it to him, it gets destroyed. But
yeah, so you can keep looping it like that.
Wait, does the bonus attack stack that way?
The bonus attack doesn't.
Oh, okay.
And so the only thing I wanted to point out there is that is just one way, but there are other ways you can like infinitely loop this, keep activating it.
So it's like an infinitely recastable spell, and that in and of itself is broken. Okay.
Is that something you care about?
No, I see. If it's like, if you cast a spell, do this. Spell counter effects, for example, are going to be really crazy with this.
Do you want to look up another card to maybe see like an application of that, or?
Oh no, I think I get it now. It's like we have a lot of stuff in Magic that's like when you cast a spell, do this. I feel like getting to trigger any of those effects infinitely for 0 cost is kind of just immediate game win. So I can see how even like in Yu-Gi-Oh it's even probably crazier, but in Magic I could see how a card like this wins you the game right away.
I will say though, I'll give this kind of hint. In modern Yu-Gi-Oh, by the way, we're talking about all these cards. We're talking about like strictly modern meta relevance. We talked about, I showed you Gear Free Day or Night. There's this card, and then maybe like whatever other combo piece you need. It's getting a little complicated with the number of pieces you need maybe. And also maybe on top of that, your opponent has a bunch of interruption that they could use. It's just another like consideration.
I don't know, man. I think infinitely repeatable casting is good, but I think in modern Yu-Gi-Oh there's enough ways to keep this from ever getting equipped that I'm gonna put it on for now. I'm gonna put it on my unban it list because
Okay.
there should be cards that can win you the game, and this is a card that can win you the game. But there's also plenty of interaction that stops this from winning the game. And from my understanding, equip spells are actually kind of tough to search the deck for.
Yeah, that's a correct statement. I would say any spell, is relatively difficult to search.
Okay. So yeah, for now, I'm going to put this on my unban it list because this actually seems like a completely fair game ender in Yu-Gi-Oh! But I could also just be huffing cocaine.
Okay. Yeah, I'll put it on the unban here.
Oh shoot, it's a Zodiac card. Zodiac Trident, Earth, rank 4. 4 level 4 monsters. Okay. This dude better be bananas.
Yeah, but read the first sentence.
Yeah, once per turn, you can also Xe summon Zodiac Trident by using one Zodiac monster you control with a different name as material. Are you kidding me?
Yes, you don't actually need the 4. If you could just use like one Zodiac.
And you transfer the materials! Gains attack defense equal to the attack defense of all Zodiac monsters attached to it as... Oh my god. Once per turn, quick effect, you can detach one material from this card, then target one face-up card on the field, destroy it. And that's not a once per turn. That's a soft once per turn. That's not a hard once per turn. Oh my goodness. I see why this is banned. Target one face-up card on the field, destroy it. That lack of a hard once per turn makes me think this should stay gone. Once per turn, you can also Xe summon... So, okay, let's say I Xe summon Zodiac Trident, right? I activate his last ability, I quick effect him, whatever. I destroy something. I get Zodiac Trident dead. I kill him, right? If I play the dead Zodiac Trident using that effect again because it's a different Trident?
Yeah.
Oh my god, yeah, no, never unban this. This is going on the forever ban list.
Forever ban, you say? Okay.
Oh, yeah, no, for sure. Right now, as far as power level is concerned, this thing is head and shoulders above what you've shown me. This card is Narcissism the card. Holy shit. I could see entire decks just being centralized around how many goddamn Zodiacs can we put under this one dude and just win game. Oh no, you don't even need a bunch. You just need one and then loop him and then one and then loop him and then one. Oh my god. Yeah, no.
So I will say, just one clarification. You can only do its first effect once per turn. I'm sorry if I misspoke and said you could keep doing that. Because you see how Zodiac Trident in quotes?
Yeah.
That means it is a hard once per turn on that one.
You can also summon Zodiac Trident by using one Zodiac monster you control with a different name as material.
Yes, so you can keep summoning him on like other turns, but on the same turn you can't just keep using like the same Zodiac Trident to keep doing the thing.
Oh, okay.
Not that that's like changes like too terribly much, to be honest.
I was gonna say, like, I think in terms of bring back effects, this is still such a like premium target in terms of so many different ways to cheat it into play. I don't think I really care. Like, I did really like the ability to play it over and over again using its own ability, but there's got to be so many other ways to play it. Like, if I know anything about Yu-Gi-Oh, it's like, hey, the thing that seems like a limiter of this card is fixed by a different card.
Most of the time, yeah.
So I would imagine you're running 3 copies of whatever stupid ass thing allows you to play 1,000,000 of this guy, and then you win game. Obviously, not all on one turn, but during your opponent's turn, during your turn, then during your opponent's turn again, because Jesus Christ, You can do anything whenever you want.
Just keep running it back.
God damn.
So you want to say ban it for now?
For now, I'm leaving it on the keep it banned list for sure. Just because comparing it to the other 2 cards you've shown me so far, I don't think it's even close.
Fair enough.
All right.
Okay.
Ooh, Fiber
I know
Jar.
you know this
I
card.
remember you.
Yeah, I know you know this one.
Flip. Each
So what do you
player
think?
shuffles all cards from their hand, field, and graveyard into the deck, then draws 5 cards. Toxic opinion, I do think that this would be healthy for modern Yu-Gi-Oh!
In what way?
It kills graveyards. It kills your graveyard and your opponent's graveyard.
And so like this is kind of a situation you're thinking, or at least this is what I understand. You're saying like the graveyard effects, like the bloated graveyards, are more toxic than like what this thing does?
Yes. So I think okay, so in Magic we have cards that destroy lands, and a lot of them are like really obnoxious, and people will get really upset when they get played. But then if you play it against a deck whose whole purpose is like land bullshit, everyone will cheer you on because obviously it's the only way to regain ground. Removing stuff like this from the game is actually why every player is like, oh, the graveyard's just a second hand. Is because there's literally like no, like, what is it? Is it Dimension Shifter?
Yeah, Dim Shifter is one
locks
of them,
your opponent out of graveyard effects for 1 turn. Or no, it counters a graveyard effect.
Yep, that's Abyss Dweller is what you're thinking of that locks.
Yeah, okay, yep.
your opponent
Abyss
out of the
Dweller.
grave.
Abyss Dweller was crazy good, and I would argue Abyss Dweller was like healthy, and then they banned it because they don't want they don't want people to be able to stop graveyard decks. They want graveyard decks to forever dominate the meta. And I think stuff like Fiber Jar would be actually awesome because it gives decks that aren't exclusively reliant on graveyard interaction a chance to fight back.
Makes sense. Seems very logical.
It is,
so
I will be clear, very toxic. I'm not saying that Fiber Jar is not a toxic card. For sure, like, force shuffling both your hand and your opponent's hand is super toxic. But it gave, like, because of getting rid of graveyards, IMO, totally worth the trade. So I'm actually putting Fiber Jar at the top of my unbanned list.
Wow. Are you gonna like rank your unbans too of like which one is the most unban worthy?
I think probably just Fiber Jar because I am so willing to die on this hill.
All right, Fiber Jar is off the ban list. Okay.
And I also like any effects that put like that put the hand size and deck size back at start of game numbers without completely obliterating the board. So like your opponent's progress in terms of like what they've actually committed to board doesn't get screwed up, but you do set them back in terms of like in-hand resources essentially.
Right. Yep.
But yeah, next up. Ooh,
Glow Up
glow up
Bulb.
bulb. It's gonna be beautiful one day.
Or maybe it already
Level
had the
1
glow
Earth
up.
Monster, Plant Tuner, Effect. If this card is in your graveyard, you can send the top card of your deck to the graveyard, and if you do, special summon this card. You can only use this effect of Glow Up Bulb once per duel.
The rare once per duel effect.
But it is a Plant Tuner that special summons itself with a free mill in the trade. So it represents 3 pieces of material, which is always very powerful in Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh boy. I don't think this is balanced at all. This is what I'm talking about when I say Fiber Jar helps with problems like this. Your
That
opponent...
glow up bulb is the problem that Fiber Jar fixes, huh?
Well, no. I think Glow Up Bulb is an example of a problem that Fiber Jar could, like, not fix, but, like, keep in check, you know? I think Glow Up Bulb would be fair or playable if there were more ways to deal with the graveyard. But, like, as the game is, if they're, like, with graveyard interaction being so limited and so, like, not very powerful, something like this is just straight busted because it's always going to happen and it's always going to be free material. It's always going to be a free synchro summon. It is level 1, but you barely care because you're definitely meeting whatever other requirements your synchro summon has. Oh, God. It's so good.
I mean, again, all these are going to be some amount of good if they're on the ban list.
The question is, do I think this is, like, above the current Yu-Gi-Oh curve? And I kind of don't. I don't really see this as being necessarily above the current power level of existing Yu-Gi-Oh. You know what I mean? Like, modern Yu-Gi-Oh, I think, could handle this card. But maybe not if they're banning all the damn Fiber Jar stuff. They banned Abyss Dweller. They're banned Fiber Jar. They, like, Dimension Shifter only affects 1 effect per turn.
Maybe I'll ask this question. What would be your assessment of this compared to Zodiac Trident?
In a vacuum,
Yes,
this card is like kind of a buddy to Zodiac Trident, actually. I think that this is gas and Zodiac Trident is ass. Zodiac Trident is the payoff. You're putting in all the work to get Zodiac Trident to do its thing and go crazy. And Glow Up Bulb might be one of the, like, ingredients in the recipe to either get you to that or to something similar. He's not Zodiac, so no, he wouldn't be for Trident necessarily. But he's like,
No.
This is like seasoning, and Trident is like a big meal. You add stuff like this to make that go crazy. I think this card is too broken for modern Yu-Gi-Oh, but I'll say that with the caveat that if you guys had better graveyard interaction, this card would be, like, totally fine. But as it is, I'm leaving this on the never allow it again list.
Okay, never allowed. Sounds good. So now at this point, you're only allowed 1 more card that you can ban forever, and there's 5 more
That's why
cards
we're going to
left.
have to go back through, because there's
Yeah, we'll
probably
go
going to be
back.
5 that end up on there for sure, is my guess.
We can go back at the end.
Oh, Heavy Storm! Destroy all spell
I'm
and
sure
trap
you know
cards
this
on
one.
the field. It's a classic. You know, my favorite thing about Heavy Storm is that because it destroys itself, you literally don't have to worry about anything. It doesn't need, like, a resolution effect to get rid of itself or anything. It doesn't, like, need to go to get sent to the graveyard or whatever. It just destroys itself too.
Sure does.
Yeah. In a world where searching for spell cards is relatively difficult, but the average spell card is like yada da da da, win the fucking game immediately on the spot.
Literally.
And the average, like, monster is yada da da da, sacrifice a little bit of something something, win the game. Heavy Storm feels like a good check and balance to me. I want it unbanned just because, like, as far as interaction is concerned, I am always in the corner of more interaction, please, less just dominant auto win strategies.
So sort of in the same category as fiber jar in some sense.
Yeah, I
Or like
think
the
it
stuff you're
solves
destroying.
a different problem than fiber jar, but I think it also solves a problem.
It's like the stuff you're destroying with this is more toxic than like this card itself.
Yeah,
Kinda what
for
you're
sure.
getting at.
I feel like whatever Heavy Storm is stopping is usually going to be so much shittier as like an experience to play against than Heavy Storm. And there's you know there's play here too. Like you flip Heavy Storm or you activate Heavy Storm in response to your opponent like doing some setup stuff. You like target their whole like both back rows are about to go. Your opponent like chains some stuff into play to like interact with Heavy Storm. It's just interaction. And I'm always for interaction.
I will mark you down as an unban then for Heavy Storm.
For sure. I'm putting that on my list that way too. Alright. Magical Scientist. That artwork is real bad. Dark
he's a little
Monster,
creepy.
level 1. Bro has an Egyptian themed necklace and like rave goggles from the 80s on at the same time. Sorry, I can't help myself. Spellcaster effect. Pay 1,000 life points to special summon one level 6 or lower fusion monster from your fusion deck in face-up attack or defense position. That fusion monster cannot attack your opponent's life points directly and is returned to your fusion deck at the end of the turn. Oh my god. So he's one piece of material that can insta-nab you a level 6 piece of material for 1,000 life points, which is literally free. You don't care about not attacking with it because you're just going to use it as like 6 levels of material. Oh my god. Oh god, I am impressed by the power level of this card. I feel a strong bond between this card and Glow Up Bulb, in that they both represent way more material than they look like they do.
Yeah, it's a good thing Magical Scientist is once per turn, right?
I didn't think it was. I was like, what? No, it's not. That's kind of why Magical Science I feel like represents just essentially unlimited material. Am I crazy?
No, I would say that's an accurate assessment.
You fill 4 of your board spots with level 6 monsters just by looping this dude for like 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, no, never unban. This is 5 pieces of material on a level 1 monster. This is no, okay, you know what? I think this is so powerful. I'm going to take Glow Up off the ban it forever list.
You're moving Glow Up?
Yep, I'm gonna move Glow Up
Okay.
over to unban because this makes that like look like garbage.
Okay, Glow Up gets moved, Magical Scientist gets banned. Okay.
God, I'm gonna look so stupid. No, Magical Science. I feel like this might be. This might be the most powerful card you've shown me.
You think so?
I do.
Yeah, maybe.
You pay 1,000 life points to special summon one level 6 or lower fusion monster from your fusion deck in face-up attack or defense position. Cannot attack. Dude, it's 6 pieces of material. It's 5 pieces of material on one body.
Sure is.
Yeah, no, there's no way. This thing can never get unbanned. Alright, here we go. The choice is painful. It'll hurt your soul, but you gotta make it. Select 5 cards from your deck and show them to your opponent. Your opponent selects 1 card among them, add that card to your hand, and discard the remaining cards to the graveyard. Oh boy. I gotta. Okay, I'm hijacking your part of the video for a second. I gotta show you this. Check out this card real quick.
Let me see. Up to 4 cards with different names. Yeah, it's very similar, isn't it?
It is very similar. They pick 2 that go into your graveyard and the other 2 go into your hand. And let me tell you right now, I smell toxicity. Because here's the thing, I know this by when you play Fact or Fiction, the 2 cards that are going into the graveyard, it doesn't matter because because you've given them 4 non-choices to pick from.
Right.
You give them no decision. And with this card, I just see you grabbing select 5 cards from your deck. You just grab all 3 copies of your most powerful combo piece and 2 copies of your most powerful payoff, and you just win the game right there. Yeah, no, this is so good. Oh my god. These 2 fucking cards, my guy. Unreal. I think for now this is my 3rd never free choice. Lock it up for all time.
Painful choice. Ban all time.
And you know
so
what? It wasn't a painful choice. It was easy. This card is toxic as fuck.
So far you have Zodiac Trident, Magical Scientist, and Painful Choice.
So far I'm going with Painful, Magical Scientist, and Trident. Yeah, so far I think those 3 are head and shoulders above the rest right now.
And we got 2 more cards left, is that right? I
was going to say, yeah, we're at 8 now, so I think there's 2 left. Whoa, a number card. I played some number cards for a little while. Number 16, Shockmaster. Light, rank 4 Xyz monster. Ugly as sin. Fairy Xyz effect. 3 level 4 monsters is a pretty easy payment. Is that a human face? Ew, it is! Sorry.
I actually never noticed that, to be honest.
Yeah, it's got a little human face on its stinger thingy. Once per turn, you can detach 1 Xyz material from this card to declare 1 card type, monster, spell, or trap. That type of card, if spell or trap, cannot be activated, or if monster cannot activate its effects until the end of your opponent's next turn. Until the end of your opponent's next turn?
Mm-hmm.
What if you activate it during their turn?
Then they can't do shit.
Oh my god. What? Okay, wait, never mind. It's not a quick effect, so you can't do what I was thinking. Okay, God dang. 3 level 4 monsters. So you activate this every turn, shut your opponent out from spell cards for 3 turns in a row, and you just win the game, or you shut them out from their monster effects and they can't win the game. Oh man, this card seems really push, like, in terms of, like, you play this and you essentially do everything you can to win the game right away as soon as this is in play. Like, this secures your success if you get what I mean.
Right.
So generally I'm opposed to cards like this, but like if I'm mentally comparing this to Trident and Painful Choice and Magical Scientist, it's just not in the same ballpark as those 3. It's just not in that weird upper echelon of heavenly power I'm looking for. Unless maybe I'm misunderstanding something. Let me read it one more time. You can detach that type of card if spell or trap cannot be activated. If monster cannot activate its effects until the end of your opponent's next turn. Yeah, no, I think this is like a very good card. I see why it's banned in that it really shuts down pieces of interaction, and I'm very pro interaction. This does shut those down a bit. But it only shuts down like the type you choose. So if you choose wrong and your opponent ends up having the out that works around it, it doesn't end the game for them outright.
Right.
I'm putting this on my unbanned list, not because I actually want it unbanned. I think this should stay banned personally, but I don't
There's
think
not a lot
it's
of
like
room on
a
the
ban
unbanned
for. I
list.
think once better like pieces to deal with this are in play, it'll be a lot more fair. This is not a hard once per turn, is it? There's no name mentioned.
Yeah, I guess it's not. Yeah.
Oh shit! So you can choose monster and spell if you set this up correctly. Oh, it shuts down all interaction.
Sure does.
Oh, okay, you know what? Stopping myself and checking that effect. I think it does a similar thing to Dryden but like way more broken. This puts an end to all interaction. This is like no one gets to play the game but me, the card. And I hate that.
So do you want to?
I'm gonna move Dryden over to unban it. It's crazy.
Moving Dryden. Okay.
It's crazy. It's crazy. I'm insane for doing this, but number 16 has to go. There's just no way.
So just to confirm, you moved Trident over to unban,
Yep.
and now this dude, Shockmaster, is your third ban.
Yeah, being able to get this dude into play twice in one turn and just your opponent essentially skips their next turn feels like the most overpowered, unfun gameplay loop that, like, negatively... I'm all about interaction. I've been saying that this whole time. This says you're not allowed to interact for more than a turn, and I hate that.
Yep.
So let's never unban this thing. All right.
And last
it's
card.
The final card now. Ultimate Offering. I remember this card from back in the day. Trap card, continuous during your main phase or your opponent's battle phase. You may pay 500 life points immediately after this effect resolves. Normal summon / set one monster. Clarification, I guess. Can you just... does the monster you set or normal summon have to be settable or normal summonable by like normal means? Or does this circumvent
yes.
that?
Nope, it just has to be, it's like a normal summon.
Okay, so it still obeys the rules of normal summoning.
Yeah, it doesn't like cheat stuff out if that's what you're asking.
Gotcha. Yeah, this is an instant game winner. This is, your entire hand is now material, except for the pieces that aren't normal summonable. Normal summon set one. Oh! Whoa, okay, hold on. I think the fact it's a continuous trap card makes this fair. During your main phase or your opponent's battle phase. Oh, the opponent's battle phase thing is kind of a problem. Because you can just poop out your entire hand when your opponent goes to their, like, battle phase on turn 2. And then what? How do you win with that? You can't win with that right then and there. Your opponent's just going to swing right through. They've played a boss monster and had a whole turn to set up while you fucking wasted a turn playing Ultimate Offering, and now your hand probably has one card left in it that you can play off of Ultimate Offering. I think this card's bad now. I think this card was stupidly, unbelievably, incredibly, terribly broken back in the day, but you're not getting the third turn for this to matter. Or am I crazy? I don't think you're getting the third... I'm unbanning this one. I'm unbanning Ultimate Offering.
Final answer? You're unbanning it?
Just because, like, my final thought on Ultimate Offering specifically is there's just... Even if you activate it on your opponent's battle phase of what would be their first turn after you spent your entire turn setting up, you don't even have, like, the cards in hand at this point to ambush them with. You know, like, you've spent your resources, You've set your stuff up, you've got what you're gonna get in play. ultimate offering is just you're going down a card to go down a card on your opponent's turn. So yeah, I don't know. I don't see why you necessarily care enough about this like what would essentially be one or two normal summons or sets in modern Yu-Gi-Oh for this to really like be all that criminal. Unless there's just like so many broken normal summonable monsters that also draw you cards, but fucking Napiria got banned, so how's that gonna happen?
Yeah, no, there's really not.
So yeah, no, I actually I think this and Fiber Jar to me are the most unbannable cards you've shown me. I'm putting this one at number 2.
Okay. So out of curiosity, like if you had to pick from one of those, which one is like the most unbannable? Like just as I won't count this like against you or anything, but just for fun, like if you had to pick one that's like for sure.
Oh no, for sure.
Unbanned.
For me, if I'm being like honest with myself, I think the genuine like fairest card to unban here is probably just Heavy Storm.
Okay.
My favorite card to unban here would be Fiber Jar. I feel like unbanning Fiber Jar is a like genuine like all it can do is improve the meta. I know how crazy it sounds. I know like how an insider in Yu-Gi-Oh would look at me and be like, well, you didn't play against Fiber Jar. I did play against Fiber Jar. It was very cancerous when there were 4 turns in the game. I agree. When there were 4 turns in your game, Fiber Jar was banana nuts. But now, it's only getting activated once at best, if you're lucky. And even when it does, you're only doing it to draw cards and get a graveyard out of the way. And those are typically things that like if you're doing it reactively on your opponent's turn with the flip effect anyways, are going to prompt them to hand trap it anyways. It's never even this effect is almost never resolving. It's essentially is a hand trap check in modern Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah, and flip effects are like incredibly slow in the current meta as well, is another thing to consider.
And yeah, and that's kind of where I'm at. Like this effect is very powerful. Getting 5 cards back is great, but you have to do it on your opponent's turn. It has to make it around the battlefield. It has to make it to the end of your turn, through the start of your opponent's turn, until there's an opportunity for you to flip it. And
you have to use your normal summon on it as well, presumably.
Oh yeah, no, and that's the other thing. You do end up using your normal summon on a non-material monster. This isn't going to be material for you because you're going to flip it and it's immediately going to like get blown up or dealt with in some way because it's not sticking around.
So did you want to lock in your answers, or do you have any last-minute changes? So far I have you banned Shockmaster, Magical Scientist, and Painful Choice. And then you unbanned everything else. Is that what you want to go with here?
I got an open file location. Open file location. There, okay. So I've got number 16. Your opponent doesn't play the game. That's what that card is.
Yep.
You literally just like, you play one of them, you declare monster, you play another one, and because you've declared monster, you know they can't hand trap you, you declare spell. Now they can't play their own turn next turn. So that, I'm never taking this off the ban list no matter what anyone tells me. Drident is really, really powerful. Definitely really, really powerful. Might be like one of the most powerful monsters you've ever shown me. But it doesn't say you win the game, in my mind. Like, this card doesn't, like, read auto-win to me. It reads as very, very powerful. Gains attack defense equal to the attack defense of all Zodiac monsters attached to it as material. So you're probably swinging for, like, 4,000+ with this thing pretty consistently. That's cool, but, like, not nearly as busted as telling your opponent they literally don't get to play the goddamn game. So... Drident remains, Drident lives on that alone, just because of how bad number 16 is, and how bad Magical Scientist... I don't even think I need to explain Magical Scientist and Painful Choice. Just in, like, Magical Scientist is unlimited material. You play him, you just insta-out 4 monsters from your fusion zone, and then use them as synchro materials, link materials, whatever materials, and then... grab more of them because you can keep doing it as long as you have... You start with 8,000, so you can grab 7 creatures or 7 monsters as material off Magical Scientist safely. So that's, way, way beyond the veil of broken. And then painful choice it's funny because it's in the name. This is psychological warfare against your opponent.
Literally.
They can be the best player in the entire world. You cast it, you get this to resolve, like this happens and your opponent doesn't hand trap it. You are making the best player in the world choose how they die, at best. Like, that is the best outcome for the best player in the highest bracket of the highest ranking tournaments. Like, is to get to choose how they lose the game.
Yep.
So I think this card is never unbannable. I think this card is never unbannable, and I never want this card unbanned. I'm going to find out real soon whether locking out interaction is more important or having, like, the ability to steamroll from ahead is more important in Yu-Gi-Oh! So what do you think?
So,
what are the 3 never unbannables?
So you locked in Shockmaster.
Yep, number 16,
Scientist,
Shockmaster, Magical Scientist, and Painful Choice.
and Painful Choice. Those are the 3 you locked in.
Yep, and they were all back to back to back, too.
Yep. So the 3 cards I chose that could never be unbanned were number 16, Shockmaster.
Yes!
Magical Scientist.
Yes!
And Painful Choice.
I'm the greatest gamer who's ever lived!
Yeah, you nailed it exactly. Wow.
Yeah, no, like,
That was incredible.
it was so vibes based for me, too. Like, truly the choice between number 16 and Dryden, I feel like, is all vibes.
Yep. And so, now that we've talked about them, I can, kind of spill the beans a little bit more.
Okay.
So the thing about Dryden is there's a whole bunch of Zodiac cards that are banned right now. And, maybe this is a little bit of like a cheat because I think you could like safely unban Dryden, like pretty safely.
Really?
Maybe to 1 or whatever. The problem would be if like you put Dryden to 3, for example, and then you unban like all the other Zodiac cards as well. Like if you bring everything back, then it could be like a pretty big issue.
So
I
his
think
best
Dryden,
support
like,
is gone.
What's that?
His best support has been removed.
Yeah, his best support is kind of gone.
Okay.
And so, maybe that's like a little bit of a cop-out. Like, yeah, if you unban every Zodiac, maybe that could be a problem. Even then, probably that's not as big of a problem as like Painful Choice, for example.
Did I pin down Elma right? Is just infinitely replaying a spell like just kind of too good even in modern Yu-Gi-Oh?
Actually, this card's kind of a stinker. So like there was a really old infinite combo that was like kind of consistent, I would say. In the modern Yu-Gi-Oh though, like not a chance. Like it's this card can come back to 3 and it would literally do absolutely nothing.
See, that's what I thought. I was like, it's like infinitely replayable, but that doesn't seem too broken for modern Yu-Gi-Oh. Like modern Yu-Gi-Oh could just like this gets interacted with one time and your whole deck just falls apart.
It's basically banned because Konami is scared of like stuff that could potentially cause infinite loops, even if those infinite loops are like big nothing burgers.
Yeah.
So yeah, that one could come back to 3, and I think the other 2 you nailed. Ultimate Offering is actually like the worst card on the ban list. Nobody really knows why it's still on the ban list. It's a piece of hot garbage.
I don't think any traps need to be banned unless they literally say you win the game on activation.
Which there are some that do that. So
yeah.
Ultimate Offering could come back to 3, and literally nothing would change. And I think you also nailed it. Same thing with Fiber Jar. That could come back to 3, and it would be, I think, totally fine because it's just a hair too slow. And like even if you do get it to go off, it's like, like how powerful is that really? Like it's pretty powerful, but is it like is it Magical Scientist level game warping?
Like, are you breaking someone's knees by making them draw a new 5? I doubt it.
Yeah, and that's kind of like the thing about it. Like, decks are so good nowadays that your opponent's just going to draw 5 like good cards anyway, like good hand traps or whatever.
I even see a lot of instances where like you flip this and your opponent gets like as much benefit out of it as you because they just play all their shit out of the graveyard on chain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And,
that's a
like,
thing that could happen.
Like you flip it, they see that it's been flipped, they're like, okay, I will chain this, chain that, chain this, chain that, and then everything is out of their graveyard. They shuffle nothing back and draw 5.
Yep. The other reason people, there's a small minority, I would say at this point, people that think it should be banned because of this concept of, oh, you can just like stall out games with Fiber Jar and just keep using it over and over again and like, just keep stalling. But it's like, in what world is that going to happen?
But that's that's objectively not true.
Yeah. The other part
great.
about it is, the common punchline is like, oh, it takes forever for you to shuffle all your cards back and do this. Like, who wants it? I'm like, bro, it takes like 5 seconds.
Literally, you have a 40-card deck, crybaby.
Yeah. It does not stall out games.
Our smallest decks are 40 cards, and we have to shuffle them like 8 times a game.
And like one of the concerns, like the fake concerns, is like, what if you just keep using Fiber Jar and just keep stalling the game? I'm like, bro, if you can activate Fiber Jar twice in one game, at that point, like, you should just win the game automatically. And like, in no world are you getting to use this thing like more than once. It's just not going to happen.
Well, and there's the timeout rule too. Like, when you're playing, if you were just like playing a Fiber Jar loop over and over and over again, you'd go to time. Then you lose the game.
Right. I mean, yeah, there's just no really logic for it.
Yeah, those people are crazy, man. Like, one funny thing I've never understood about people who are like, oh, they're just going to stall is like, let them. They lose by stalling.
Right. Yeah, it's rather silly. As for, maybe we can talk about some of the other ones a little bit.
I want to know. I want to understand Glow Up Bolt because this card seems like the smartest card on the list, and maybe I just don't get it.
Yeah, no, this card it's definitely good. The reason this card was banned in the first place was it was kind of a common meme at the time. There was this link monster called Kriston Halkafibrax, and what he did was allowed you to summon a bunch of tuners from your deck, like level 3 or lower tuners.
Okay.
And when they released him, they didn't want to ban Kriston right away because he was like, a new card. Konami wanted their money.
Right.
And so instead of banning him, they decided to ban like 1 million little tuner monsters. and so the meme was that tuner monsters died for the sins of Kriston Halkafibrax.
So basically, for Fibrax to come into the game, they had to remove a bunch of like low-level two material tuners.
Yeah, and so nowadays, Kriston Halkafibrax is banned, obviously. And most other tuners were unbanned as a result. But not this guy for some reason. He stayed on there.
I can kind of see that mostly just because he does represent way more pieces of material than it looks like he does.
He's definitely very strong. I think he could come back at like 1. You know what I mean?
I was going to say, I don't think you can ever get away with having like 3 of these in a deck ever again.
Yeah. So yeah, this one's definitely a little bit more on the edge. So, maybe it could stay banned. Maybe it could come off and be okay.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's a good card, obviously. It's gives you material.
And then this, genuinely, I want someone at Konami to, explain why they thought this was okay.
Yeah, so the thing with this card is it might as well just say you win the duel on it.
Yeah.
Because that's what it does.
Skip your opponent's next turn.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely, who knows what they were thinking.
Well, at first I had seen once per turn, and I was like, okay, it's in the front bit, so that means it's hard once per turn. But no, it doesn't have his name in the thing, so you can just get another one and activate another one.
Well, the funny thing is, you don't even need to do that. So what you do with Shockmaster is you just pick monster every time, and so now your opponent can't use hand traps on your turn, And now when it comes to their turn is skipped. And then on your next
because
turn,
even their spell, because all spells are pretty much just tools to get to your damn monsters.
right? Like the spells aren't gonna. You don't really care if your opponent uses a bunch of spells if they don't have monsters to use them with. And then like the thing is, then once it comes to your turn, you use Shockmaster again first thing on your turn.
Yep.
And all of a sudden your opponent can't use any more hand traps, and then you just chill. You just win.
This is like truly like this is the most heinous Yu-Gi-Oh card I've ever been shown. And
It
like
is super.
this gives
super
me an
impressive.
understanding of exactly how toxic your game can get.
Yeah, there's a few cards like this that are just super, super oppressive. And it's like, what are we doing here? Why are we printing cards that say your opponent can't play the game?
Well, yeah, you
fun.
literally never get out from under this. I'm trying to think what the out is, and it's imperm, and that's it.
Yeah.
You need a copy of imperm, and they need to not name traps by luck.
It's one of those cards where it's difficult to imagine how you beat it. Like, what do you do? There's nothing to be done really.
Well, they name monsters. You need to be able to win the game without playing any monsters, which I think is not a deck that exists.
No, you can't do that. It's not possible.
One last thing I want to check. So, cannot activate its effects. That includes like special summoning effects, right? Like cards
Right,
can't even
yeah.
special summon themselves.
Yeah, no, you can't do shit.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
The designer of this card needs 40 days in jail.
Yeah, that card is super bad.
And the designer of
funny
this
thing
card
is-
needs to get hired by Magic the Gathering and then fired immediately.
So I truly do think Painful Choice is the most powerful Yu-Gi-Oh card ever made.
Yeah, no,
Truth be told.
you make your opponent choose how you win the game.
Yeah, it's insane how good this card is.
And I feel
out
like
of
the real the secret sauce for cards like this too is the psychological warfare.
Yeah.
You cast
Every
this,
time you
your
die.
opponent knows they've lost, but they still have to make a choice. They still have to like make a decision and be like, okay, well, I'll pick that, and that's how I will lose this game, I guess.
So like out of the three that we said were like mega banned, if we had to choose one of those three to like mega ban, I would probably choose Painful Choice.
I would
I don't know,
probably
it's a-
fire the guy who made number 16 because the thing is to me, I like number 16 can stop Painful Choice from even working. You know what I mean?
This is true. But Painful Choice facilitates you getting to number 16.
That's also true. Wait, isn't Xy's extra deck?
It is, but I mean, Painful Choice, yeah.
I guess you could just get the card that gets you to 16.
Yeah, so with Painful Choice, like, you're going to get 4 cards in your graveyard that have, like, however many graveyard effects, plus a card to your hand. You're going to get, like, 10 million material off of this.
Now that you say it, if I had to, like, if I looked down at my current board, current board state, and I had number 16, that would make me pretty happy. If I looked at an opening hand with nothing in play, and I saw Painful Choice, and I know I just won the game.
Yeah. So the funny thing about Painful Choice
I get
is
that.
if it just said, send 5 cards from your deck to your graveyard, that would still be, like, obviously the most broken card ever made.
Yeah,
The fact that
you
get
guys
to
have
get
a
one
card
of
that
them
sends
to your
one
hand.
card to graveyard and it's banned, right?
Yeah, this card sends 5 to the grave. By the way, any cards too, it doesn't have to be monsters.
Jesus Christ.
But then on top
dude.
of that, like, one of them goes to your hand too, if it wasn't already good enough.
It's too good, man. It'll never be. This will never not be the most powerful effect ever.
Yeah, no, it's definitely that type of card.
Between this and Pot of Greed, which one do you think would get run more in modern Yu-Gi-Oh if they were unbanned?
This one for sure.
Okay. Yeah, I kind of figured. All right. I think that's a good enough place as any to call her for the night.
Yeah. I can't believe how well you did. Like, you were.
I'm proud of
Obviously,
myself. I have not been doing
Yeah.
good on these Yu-Gi-Oh games, but I finally got one.
You nailed it 100%. And obviously, like, it's a little bit subjective here.
Oh,
Like, not
definitely.
really, because, like, the three that you picked are, like, definitely, I mean, they
I
are
think
head
from
and
like a
shoulders.
gameplay perspective, there's a lot to be said for like, do you value more the experience of the person who's losing the game or the person who's winning the game? And I feel like you've got to see that these three ways of winning the game so abusively ruin the experience for the person losing the game that they will leave, they will stop playing, and you need to ban stuff that feels that way. And those are the only times when I feel like you should pay more attention to the loser's feelings than the winner's feelings.
Right.
Is when you're
Yeah, I
running
think
into
that's,
cards that just objectively undermine the essence of the experience.
in general, I feel like that's the correct way to think about it. That's why I'm not really a fan of, like, any of the floodgates, like, even the ones that are legal, like the stuff that says your opponent can't play cards. Like, I never really understood why that stuff is allowed, because it just objectively creates, like you said, the winner's experience. Um, you know,
Yeah, in Magic we have a bunch of these cards that are called, we call them stacks pieces, like this. Activated abilities of artifacts can't be activated.
yeah,
Creatures can't attack you or planeswalkers you control unless their controller pays 1 white or 2 life for each of those creatures. Loyalty abilities of planeswalkers cost 1 more to activate, so you have to pay mana to activate the abilities of planeswalkers, which is brutal. Like we have a bunch of these. Like, we call them stacks pieces in Magic, and by God, are they some of the most hated forms of play. And the thing about it is like their intention with these pieces is to like slow the game down and make it more like a steady gameplay loop. What they end up doing, because like Magic is a mana based card game, so like our gameplay has a rhythm kind of built into it already. When they add these stacks pieces, they end up like destroying that rhythm so badly it will often cause players to like quit. Like, people will leave the game over stacks pieces, I think, more than any other type of like card.
yep. And in fairness to Konami, they have actually done like a reasonably good job at banning a lot of that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Like, we saw with Shockmaster, obviously.
Yeah.
But that I think there's still a little ways to go.
Well, and they can't ban the new ones, right? Whenever they print a new one, it's got to hang around for a year or two. Still there?
Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh, no,
yep,
you're
yep,
good.
sorry about that.
All right. There goes the share screen. Alrighty,
No, that was
sir.
a really fun episode, though.
Yeah, no, this was a great episode. I finally made a comeback. Looking at these scores, like, you've absolutely been blowing it out of the water in both of our episodes up to this point. So it's good to catch up.
Yep, for sure. What did you think about the little setup I had with all of them being banned?
No, I thought that was really
enough
cool.
thing, you think?
It really put me in a position to where I could approach it, like, without having to be super insecure about like a bait and switch or like mind games. It's like everything's banned. You just need to figure out what shit is like the criminal stuff. Like, what stuff is never getting out.
Like, what stuff will you get a felony for playing in a duel type stuff? Right?
Yeah, what's gonna get you fucking knocked the hell out at your local game store?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, man. I think that's as good a place as any to call it, and you have yourself a wonderful week, man. If I end up seeing you next week, we'll have another game.
Yeah, sounds good. I'll try to cook up some more cards. Maybe we can change it up again. But yeah, have a good weekend and have a good rest of your week too.
Hell yeah, you too.
Always a pleasure.
I think next week for cards, I'm gonna try to do like, so we have these things in Magic. They're called cycles. It's basically like 5 cards, 1 in each color, that are all really similar to each other.
Okay. Interesting.
So, and it would basically be like, I'll show you like a few cycles of cards from different years, and you just pick out which of the 5 cards you think is the best, and which two you think are really bad. Because that's kind of the way that cycles in our game work. Is there's usually two parts of the cycle that are like pretty dreadful, and two parts of the cycle that are like mid, and one part of the cycle that's really, really good.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. All right, man. We will catch you later.
Yep. Catch you later. Have a good one.
Bye-bye. Thanks for being on the stream.
Yep. Thanks for having me. Bye-bye.
All right. That was super good. Had a lot of fun with that. And I hope any viewers who stopped by also had some fun with that. And I don't have the mental energy to do the news tonight. And I have an hour and a half before bed. I think I just want to call it for the evening and like get myself mentally refacilitated after this wedding that I went to all weekend. Lovely wedding, lovely event, lovely family, good stuff. But I am still like mentally fatigued from doing a lot of stuff as an introvert. So this will be my opportunity to just spend the night relaxing. And next week we'll come back with another banger. And everybody take her sleazy.